live. If you're on TikTok, please like the live, but also click on the heart icon above my head. Join the team. Let's do this together. On Twitter as well, please share the live or repost the space. I should say. So I have to learn the lingo of every single platform, but we are here for it. Happy New Week. Hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. She gbádùn ìsinmi òpin ọ̀sẹ̀. It's good to be back. Very good to be back. I had a fantastic weekend. I hope you got to spend time with your family and loved ones. All right. Okay, good. So I just want to be sure YouTube is good, and then we can begin to get into it. Some Oleko Wambe. No. I spent some time with my mentor. Myself, I mean, a number of it wasn't just once, and then it's just so cool to be in the presence of greatness and learn. And then he showed me something. I'll show you part of it. I'll share part of it, I should say. But it's a blessing. It's a blessing to have elders who serve as covering, and they also guide you, right? I knew there was something off. All right. So let's check YouTube. If I now the beginning of crazy be that 35. Thank you. Solo 28. We are very good. How's your family? Sheda Danilewa. Good to have you here. Welcome. I'm just trying to sort some things so that we're going to have a great time together. Just give me a couple of minutes, but please don't stop our tapping. Thank you for getting us to 1 to 6K likes. Thank you very much. All right. So today we're going to be starting a new series within a series, as it were, if you like, because we're talking about our war, but we're going to just move into something else today. Which is conversations on constitution and state creation and things like that. So we're going to have a great time. Thank you for joining us on YouTube. I'm glad to have you here. Please like the live and share as well. There's something is off. Something is off. Just tiny bits of detail. I should already device it. Well, Okay, that's good. All right, so yeah, let's do our housekeeping on TikTok. Please click on the heart icon beside the name Busuyoris, join the team, um, drop a heart to me, drop a gift. Let's get it live on the FYP. Um, for those of us who are watching on other platforms, FYP just means for you page. And the way TikTok works, we have to repeatedly tap on the screen. So please, let's do that so that we can have the live on the FYP. Good afternoon, everybody on YouTube, on TikTok, on Twitter. Ajay, Joel, Jide on Twitter. Thank you very much for joining. It's good to have you here with us. Today we're going to be discussing Owl, Zik, and the Constitution. And like I said, some of these topics, we're going to find a way to make sure that they are broken into, should I say bite sizes, so that we can easily understand what the whole thing is about. So it's not about whether you studied law in school. I didn't study law myself. So these things are things that all of us can understand. We're just going to break it down so that it becomes easy for us to consume, right? So that's what we're going to do today. All right. One more thing. If you're on YouTube, again, thank you very much for joining us. But please do me a favor, like the live. This thing also helps. These things help the live to get out there so other people can see it and join us. We're going to have a fantastic session today. So I'm just going to quickly do this and then we can get into the news. So what we do here is we'll have the news and then we'll bring people up. We're going to talk about it and then we'll now move to into the topic of today. I said earlier that there was something that, is it true that the name has, what name? Somebody's asking a question on TikTok. You say, is it true that the name has finally been changed? What name? I have an idea what you're saying, but I don't like to assume. So what name are you talking about? Please, as soon as you write it there, then I will be able to know exactly what we're discussing. Then it's fair for both of us. We'll be on the same page. All right. So I was talking earlier about how I was opportunity to be with my mentor earlier. I mean, this weekend, spent some time with him, and we were talking. Then he reminded me of something. This is something about books. Sometimes, you have all these books, but sometimes it's either you have not read some portions or you have read some things, but your mind is in something, is somewhere else. So he showed me something in the book. And I was like, money way. So I go back home, checked it. I mean, he read it out. So I wasn't checking it to be sure it was right. It was right regardless. I knew it was right. But I wanted to be able to share part of the things that we discussed. Like I always say, most of what we discover, we cannot discuss because we're also trying not to make it, seem as though you're on a witch hunt mission, right? But whichever one we can share, we will share, and we'll make sure that it's as nothing is done out of malice or anything like that. Okay. So one more thing before we get into so we're going to have the news, and I'm going to share that stuff with you. It's from the book by Ojuku, and then so yeah, I'll share some of those things, and then we will learn together. Give me 1 minute to share this one. Again, please, if you are here, you can share this live on your FYP, on your IG, your TikTok, your you can share it. Baba is 85 and looking good. Which Baba is 85? Which Baba is 85? Of course, I don't know. Who is 85 years old? Alabi Sama. Oh. Emma Yonro, yo, in the comment section. So somebody is asking a question about Ozubamba Badue. So See, this is why I said that some of these people who are shouting conservative on social media, they're just the other side of obedient movement, right? They're just obedient movement. They're just nobody changed any name. That's the long and short of it. No name has been changed. And I don't understand this need for wanting to be right. And what happens then is that you do everything to appear to be right, even if you're wrong. So you have all this propaganda. You're using the exact same tool. So for me, it's like this, right? So people are using a particular tool against you. It's bad, right? But you want to prove that two can play the game. So what you're doing is doing exactly what they're doing. What makes you better then? Nothing. Propaganda, lies. That's how I remember this Super Falcons when they were, getting their gifts from the president. Somebody had, and I saw it. The first person I saw the first person that posted that thing. I was like, is this possible? Was saying that Michelle Alozie said certain things, and the person published it, and I was like, this doesn't look like, So I was trying to find that Michelle's own um, statement, like Toko Frare. I couldn't find it. Until a couple of days later, different people had picked up on that news, picked the news, published it. Even some reputable handles published it, only for the ladies now said she didn't say it. So, I mean, the idea that people can use propaganda against you and then your own way of getting back at them is also use propaganda, it just doesn't make sense to me. That's why I'm very wary of all this. I'm conservative on social media, like the way they do things. It's just about the same thing, just like the obedient movement they're coming out of. So they've learned their ways and they're not using their ways. Ozumba Mbadi way has not been changed, at least not officially. And I think it's better for people to just wait. That's another thing. It's, you have to play the long game. It may happen now. It might take a while, but you stay with it until you get what you want, rather than lying. And but would I want it to change? You already know my answer. I want it to change like yesterday. I want it to change like yesterday. Prof, let us all be mad together, Joe. No, let us not all be mad together. You study the impact of propaganda on the people who broadcast propaganda. Forget the external. The folks who believe propaganda, look at the impact of that thing on them. And then you would not want to be part of the group that just says, they can do it, I can do it back. I get to be honest, I understand why people would do this, but there's an effect that it leaves on you as a person or as a group of people. So whenever you study certain people whose entire narrative is built on lies and propaganda, it will affect other people, but it will affect them more. And that's the reason I'm always like, I might get a lot better, because once you start, to go back is difficult because it becomes your only strategy. But I mean, it is what it is. All right, let us get started with the news. And I'm going to start with some kind of propaganda that has been on social media a couple of days, even beyond social media, even in traditional media. The idea that APC and PDP are terrorist organizations, and that one judge in Canada said so, and everybody has been putting it all over the place. And somebody even had the guts to write in the comment section saying, "Now, I'm not necessarily. Let me put it this way: I like what the president is doing at the moment, but I'm not. If APC does something wrong, I will tell you. I'm not this thing of APC. I'm not an APC member. So if APC is wrong, we will say it. If PDP is wrong, we will say it. But in this case, APC is not wrong. It's just a group of interesting characters who have decided to push this in. So this clown went, under one of the videos, and then he commented, see what Tinubu has done. APC is a terrorist organization in Canada. He intentionally omitted the PDP part of it. But the truth of the matter is that one of the things I noticed also with some of our newspaper outlets, media outlets in Nigeria, I don't know, people just take something and start publishing it. I think it's important that we actually take our time to understand what it is that actually happened. So to start with, APC, neither APC nor PDP was declared a terrorist organization in Canada, but I'm going to read some to you from Premium Times on that matter. So it says Canada court did not declare APC, PDP terrorist organizations. Contrary to what was reported in sections of the media, the Canadian court did not declare the PDP and APC terrorist organizations, according to Premium Times findings. A Canadian federal court did not designate Nigeria's two leading political parties as terrorist organizations, as widely reported by many Nigerian news outlets. The reports that the Canadian court declared the ruling APC and the major opposition party PDP as terrorist organizations have circulated widely across news platforms and social media since Thursday. But a Premium Times review of the 16-page judgment delivered in June by the Canadian court found the reports to be misleading. From this newspaper's analysis, what the court actually did was hold the PDP culpable for the subversion of democratic process by engaging in ballot snatching, stuffing of ballot boxes, voter intimidation and violence during Nigeria's general elections that took place from the early 2000s to 2007. Also, contrary to the widespread framing of the court's decision by the Nigerian news platform, the court did not indict the APC, as its decision was based on the electoral atrocities attributed to the PDP in the 2000s. The judgment referenced the APC only 5 times and the PDP 36 times. The incidents and the time frame reviewed by the court predated the APC, which only came into existence in 2013, ahead of the 2015 general elections. The Canadian Federal Court in Ontario, Canada, delivered the judgment on an appeal filed by Nigerian politician Douglas Ẹkáàbọ against the decision of the Canadian Immigration Appeal Division, rejecting his refugee status application. Mr. Ẹkáàbọ sued the Canadian Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness as the sole respondent in the appeal. The appeal challenged the IAG's decision that the applicant was inadmissible to Canada under Section 34(1)(f) of Canada's Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, based on his membership in the PDP. In other words, this man wanted to, he filed for asylum, and they didn't grant him because, according to them, I'm using the word asylum, but it's called refugee here, but they didn't grant him refugee status because, according to them, he was a member of PDP, and PDP was involved in electoral malpractices from 2000 to 2007, thereabouts, and because he was a member during that period, and for other reasons, they decided not to grant him, that status. That's what this is about. And yes, there are some clowns on TV in Nigeria who wear suits and it's like people wait for the most terrible news about Nigeria or Nigerian or things that have to do with Nigeria, and then they're very around to share it. That's not journalism. I'm not a journalist, by the way, but any sane person understands to check something before you put it out there. But no, you take something, you already hate the country, so anything that makes you hate it more to justify your hatred for the country, you find it and then you attack the country again and again in the name of being the first to break the news, but you're breaking nonsense, because this is not how things should go, right? All right, so that has nothing to do with APC or something. It's actually it's more about the person who applied and the fact that they are saying that this person is, not eligible. All right, we're going to move from there to the election result across Nigeria. The last on Saturday there was by-election. By-elections were conducted in different parts of Nigeria, and this is what I'm just going to read some headlines, and then if I have to go deep into it, we will do so as well. APC sweeps majority as INEC releases by-election results across 16 constituencies. APC candidate Adesola Elegbeji wins Ogun by-election. Anambra by-election, INEC declares Abgas Nwachukwu winner. And I'll just give you like an overview. So nationwide, the by-election results, APC won 12 out of 16 seats. APGA secured 2 seats, both in Anambra. People's Democratic Party, PDP, won 1 seat in Oyo. And New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, claimed 1 seat in Kano. So for Anambra, it's APGA's Chief Eman Wachuku, who won decisively with 90,408 votes, defeating APC's Azuka Okwosa, who got 19,812 votes, and ADC's Donald Amangbo, who scored 2,889. So essentially, ADC did not win anything. The details are here, but it's long. Ogundia. All right, let me just read the stuff from the president. I just read what he had to say, because the matter long. But we'll just go straight to it in president talk. Tinubu congratulates election winners, commends INEC. This is from TVC. Says here, the president commends the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for the hitch-free elections, mostly devoid of violence. Following the results declared by INEC, the All Progressives Congress, APC, won in 12 constituencies. The All Progressives Grand Alliance won in 2, the PDP won in 1, and NNPP won in 1. President Tinubu congratulates the new APC national chairman, Professor Nentawe Iwata, for the emphatic first victory recorded under his leadership. He also congratulates the APC governors and other leaders on the success of the by-elections. And this is what the president said. Chairman Nentawe Iwata has shown leadership capacity and demonstrated what is achievable when popular candidates are fielded and with unity of purpose among party leaders. The president remarks, to all APC faithful and the electorate, thank you for the confidence reposed in our party. Be assured that our renewed hope slogan is not a mere slogan. Our destination is better, more secure, and prosperous Nigeria. Our destination is a better, more secure, and prosperous Nigeria. We shall take you there by the grace of God, the president said. All right. So the crazy part, of course, is, thank you, Ms. Adeni. The crazy part, of course, is that you have this person who uses social media handles last week to tell everybody to vote ADC. It's a shame. It's a shame. Everything is unraveling. So there are two things that you notice from here. Amongst themselves, no, they won't do LP or listen to the Messiah. It's only when you are fighting with, or not, let me not use the word fighting, only when you are doing things with other ethnic groups. Let me just put it that way. That's when everybody now remembers that there's a Messiah from somewhere. But he failed spectacularly, and it's just it's quite interesting that happened to, they call him the Messiah. All right, so there was a news report I approached last week. I'm going to read it again because I think it makes sense to inform us that good stuff, the shelle. No. There's an update I want to read. There's an update from the guys who want to construct high-speed rail project in Nigeria. I'll get to it later. We'll come to that later. Okay, I found it. Companies have presented the federal government with evidence of $60 billion in financial backing for the development of a high-speed railway. The Sadel Nigeria Limited, alongside China Lankai Petroleum Investment Holdings Limited, has announced their intentions to initiate the construction of a planned gas development and 4,000-kilometer high-speed rail project in Nigeria. In a statement, it was disclosed that the companies presented proof of funds amounting to $60 billion to Senator George Akume, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF. Samuel Uko, the Chief Executive Officer of the Sadel Nigeria Limited, announced the financing for the project will be sourced from the Asian Development Investment Bank. He said, quote, "Today is a very great day in the life of this administration. The high-speed rail bullet train project that we started 10 years ago has gotten a nod from this administration. It is this administration that has given us almost 90% of approvals. Today, with our partners, I have just presented the official proof of fund for the project. The fund is coming from the Asian Development Investment Bank, and it is to cover the first phase of the project that cuts across 4 major cities of Nigeria. The rail line is from Lagos to Abuja to Kano and from Abuja to Port Harcourt. So this is a very great work that the government has done. The federal government, through the ICRC, approved the outline business case, and the next step was to submit the proof of funds to the government, which we just did. So I believe in the shortest possible time, Nigeria will start enjoying a high-speed rail in Nigeria. There are more things. Let me just read everything because the information should be $60 billion proof of fund has just been submitted to the government through our financial and technical partners. The first phase of the project is $55 billion. So the fund is ready and the country is ready to move forward with this project. You cannot develop high-speed rail without developing the gas aspect of the economy. As we all know, we don't have enough gas presently. So the raw material for high-speed rail is power. The raw material for power is gas. So we have to develop the gas aspect to be able to access more gas to power the high rail project. The 1,600 kilometers that covers the 4 major cities of the country will take us 36 months to build, but we will not wait until the 36th month. For instance, from Lagos to Lokoja, we will cut across about 6 states, and when we get to the second or third state, the people from the first 2 states will start enjoying the speed train. So it is going to be in phases, so that is how the project is being structured, unquote. All right, I thought that was something we should talk about. The fact that this is going online very soon, and that it's not even the federal government spending on that, it's a private organization raising money from outside the country. And also, there's also the part of gas and how, if you want to get more details, please feel free to research these things. But my own is I'm just happy that we're making progress. Things like this will not be heard or broadcast, or what's the word now? They're not going to spend time talking about it because it doesn't flow the narrative of a destroyed Nigeria, but Nigeria on Ibaje. So things are working. Apparently, we are getting more and more investment, so that's good. I think they are going to build a gas refinery. I think so. That's why I said that there are details that I'm not privy to, and also I'm just reading the news. I'm not really discussing it deep like that. All right. I'd like to play you something. Oh dear. It's not just high speed. Yes, I just read it. Yes, there is a part of gas exploration because they're going to need gas to power the train they are trying to build. And some have also said that it's a way for them to get into the gas sector. I'm like, so what's the problem with that? So are we supposed to have something, not use it, but we just shout that we have it? Or are we supposed to be able to use it for the benefit of the people? But if you ask me what I really hope, I don't know how it's going to happen, but I really hope that at some point we begin to have conversations that have to do with resource control. Because those who have gas, some of them are very angry now, although they've been, taking more from the government than they've been, contributing. But suddenly everybody is up in arms. But yeah, I think they have a right to be up in arms. It's their property. It's their part of the country. So I hope the conversation goes in that direction. We'll start talking about resource control. But while we wait, we shall continue with other news items. going to play you something from the NSA, National Security Advisor to the President, Nuhu Ribadu, what he said about capturing Ansaru's top leaders. And this essentially about the bandits and terrorism and things they're doing in Nigeria, especially Ansaru, who are affiliated to Al-Qaeda in Nigeria. So take a listen to, oh dear, 1 second, please. Someone says, if they start taking their gas, those guys not go let anyone rest at all. Yeah, the prayer is even to have a situation where the insecurity there even goes down enough for people to be able to explore. What's happening now? All right, take a listen to the NSA. Nuhu Ribadu.
To inform you, this briefing is organized to update you on the recent successes recorded by Nigeria in the ongoing efforts to decisively rid our country of terrorist groups. This press briefing is in line with our continuous resolve to keep the general public abreast with the efforts being undertaken by the Office of the National Security Advisor in conjunction with the services, intelligence agencies, and other key stakeholders. Today, I'm glad to inform you that we have successfully concluded a high-risk, intelligence-led counter-terrorism operation, which led to the capture of the top leadership of Jama'atul Ansarul Muslimina fi Biladis, Sudan, commonly known as Ansaru, Nigeria's Al-Qaeda affiliate. The group was first formed in January 2012 with a public declaration in Kano. It emerged as a splinter faction from Boko Haram, positioning itself as a humane alternative. However, its stated aim quickly turned into attacking Nigerian security agencies and operatives, civilian communities, and government infrastructure. The group publicly displayed the setting sun logo of Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb, signaling its ideological and operational alignment with global jihadist movements. Over the years, Ansaru entrenched itself in both urban sleeper cells and forest enclaves across several cities in northern Nigeria and in forest-based enclaves, particularly around Kainji National Park, straddling Niger and Kwara states, as well as Benin Republic. The targeted operation, which was conducted between May and July 2025, led to the capture of 2 top Ansaru leaders who have been responsible for masterminding several terrorist attacks against Nigeria over the past years. The first is Muhammad Usman, otherwise known as Abu Bara Abbas Mukhtari, the self-styled emir of Ansaru. He is the coordinator of various terrorist sleeper cells across Nigeria. He is also the mastermind of several high-profile kidnappings and armed robberies used to finance terrorism over the years. The second is Mahmoud al-Nigeri, otherwise known as Malam Mahmouda, Abu Bara's proclaimed chief of staff and deputy. He is the leader of the so-called Mahmudawa cell hiding out in and around the Kayenji National Park, straddling Niger and Kwara states, up to Benin Republic. Mahmouda trained in Libya between 2013 and 2015 under the foreign jihadist instructors in Libya, from Egypt, Tunisia, and Algeria, specializing in weapons handling and IED fabrication. These two men have been on Nigeria's most wanted list for years. They jointly spearheaded multiple attacks on civilians, security forces, and critical infrastructure. Their operatives include this.
All right. There's a lot more that he has to say, but I mean, the important thing is that they've captured these people, and they will no longer be Nigeria's problems because their leaders, you know, have been captured. All right. Let's move away from that to some good news from Ogun State. The Gateway International Airport, just some details, I mean, basic facts about it. It was conceived in 2019. By the way, the idea was a cargo port, but now it's an international airport. Conceived in 2019 and built from ground up by Governor Dapo Abiodun. Longest runway in Nigeria and West Africa. Strategic facility for both passenger and cargo operations with a primary focus on agro-cargo. Conceptualized as an metropolis, the airport is projected to provide employment opportunities for around 25,000 unemployed youth in the state, according to Nairametrics. The airport will now serve as the alternate airport to Murtala Mohammed International Airport. Before its construction, if any aircraft cannot land at MMIA, the flight is redirected to Accra Airport. The Gateway International Airport ends that dilemma. It aims to boost Ogun State and Nigeria's economic development by facilitating trade, investment, and job creation. The airport is designed to handle commercial, cargo, and passenger traffic with the goal of decongesting other major airports like Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. That's good news from Ogun State. We're looking forward to fantastic. By the way, Oyo State is also building, I mean, they're upgrading the airport at Alakia to international airport. I hope all these things, of course, will help in the economy of those states. Someone on YouTube says, I've been watching many shows, but your platform has been one of the most educative and informative. Oh, thank you, sir. Baba Okewo, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. All right, so we're talking about airplanes, so we can, airports, might as well just listen to the Minister of Transport, Senator Said Ahmed Al-Khali, at the Federal Executive Council meeting last week. Take a listen to the Honorable Minister of Transport.
By Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Among the memos that were presented to the Council seeking for approval include the construction of bus terminals, one in each of the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. And I give you the location: southwest in Abeokuta, northeast in Gombe, northwest in Kano, north central in Lokoja, southeast in Onitsha, south in Wari, in favor of Mrs. Planet Project Limited in the sum of 142 billion 28,576,428 naira 17 kobo only.
Sincerely, I don't understand the reason for this, but this is just my opinion. You may not agree with it, and that's fine. I don't see why the federal government should be building bus terminals across Nigeria. I don't get it. I don't get it. But yeah, they'll be constructing modern bus terminals in 6 states at a cost of 442 billion naira. That's in each of the geopolitical zones. I really don't get it yet, but if anybody gets it, please, when it's time to come up, please, you can come and explain that to us. But I really don't understand. But yeah, a few more things about Gateway International Airport before we go on. The airport is 60 kilometers to Ikeja, 60 kilometers to Abeokuta, 60 kilometers to Ekpe, 70 kilometers to Ibadan, 85 kilometers to VI. This is brilliant, right? So, of course, they still have to think about roads and all of those things, and I hope they fix that part. And speaking of roads, something from Lagos State Government, Ministry of Transportation, they released a press statement a couple of days ago about the Ogudu-Ifako bridge that they are repairing. So if you stay around there, get more news from the Lagos State Government. But I just read a few things. And you know what? I think you just listen to them say it so that, oh my better bear. I hope I got it correctly because my way has to be top notch. But take a listen to this.
Hello Lagosians, this message is coming to you from the Lagos State Ministry of Transportation. The first phase of the road repairs along Ifako Ogudu Bridge has been completed successfully, and what a difference it has made.
The second phase of repairs will commence Tuesday, 19th August 2025 to Wednesday, 1st of October 2025. This section will have partial closure with traffic reduced to one lane during the period. This phase will be Ogudu Ifako, inbound Yanoworo. The Commissioner for Transportation, Mr. Oluwaseun Osiyemi, has assured that traffic management officers will be present along the affected corridors to minimize inconvenience and provide traffic flows. Traffic inbound Oshodi Victoria Island from Ikeja environs. Motorists from Ikeja and surroundings are advised to use Maryland to link Ikorodu Road. Funshaw William.
All right. So if you're using that, please, if you're living around that area, get the information. Somebody says building bus terminals shouldn't be federal projects but state. It is military mentality of centralization. I agree with you 100%. There is no need, in my opinion, for the federal government to be building bus terminals because Nigeria is an interesting place. You have to be seen to be doing something, even if nobody is supposed to do them. But may not be like say you don't do anything. Maybe that's why. Maybe. But still on transportation, Nigerian Railway Corporation moves cement from Papalanto to Ibadan. The Nigerian Railway Corporation has successfully loaded and transported wagons of cement from Papalanto, Ogun State to Moniya, Ibadan, your state. This milestone demonstrates the renewed efficiency of our rail transport system and reflects the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu aimed at revitalizing Nigeria's infrastructure, strengthening regional trade, and boosting economic growth. Rail transportation is back on track, safer, faster, and more reliable for industries and communities across Nigeria. Why did I read this news? Because there was this report. One happened last week, and that happened, I think, yesterday, where a Dangote truck hit people. Yes, there was 3 people that lost their lives. Terrible news. Every time I hear things like that, I just wonder, why must trucks be the ones transporting? I mean, you can never phase it out completely, but we have too many on the roads. Why not just have the railway, or the rails be the major mode of transporting goods like that? Sure, we are talking about Senna climbs, and we are becoming Senna like by along. So it's just good to know that this is happening, so that way, instead of having trucks plying our roads with cement every time, we can at least have more of those things. So you still have trucks, but not be all those long distances where people they talk, so that they hide, some of them they tired, then they sleep as they happen. So hopefully this will also help us to have less of such events or occurrences. Moving on, this one I am reading something about the energy sector in Nigeria. Nigeria's leading indigenous companies are increasingly turning to the revival of idle wells rather than embarking on costly new drilling campaigns as they look to squeeze more value from existing assets in volatile market environment. Oando projects $270 million in drilling H2 with full year production target of 30,000 barrels of oil equivalent per day, while Seplat is restoring 29 wells to 29 wells to produce additional 14,900 barrels per day. Anyway, many people are. There's something I wanted to read. This one just reminded me. 1 second, let me figure out, quickly find it. There's a company wants to build refinery. I think it's in Ondo State. There's work going on refinery being built in Ondo State. Remember? Oh, okay. It was a while back actually. Ondo State Governor Dr. Lucky Aiyedatiwa has pledged full support for genuine investors as the state prepares to sign a MOU with Backbone Infrastructure Nigeria Limited for the development of a 500,000 barrel per day oil refinery, a free trade zone, and other infrastructure projects. That's in Ondo State. We're trusting that all of these things will happen sharp, so that because Dangote should have been in. Okay, so the area is between Ondo and Ogun State. Eventually, they had to move to Lagos. So this might be another opportunity for Ondo State to clinch a refinery in their state. So BINL will build 500,000 barrels per day refinery in Ondo State. All right, let's listen to the governor of Anambra State as he tells us something we don't know about the last elections, the by-election. Take a listen to this.
Bribe for the new concoction called ADC demonstrated what they are about. They already bribed for foreign agents, and they took the booklets and already completed ADC, and wanted to bring it in. Mana Apoga, is that how ADC is going to govern Nigeria? By fraudulently, by comprinting ballot papers before the election. That's what ADC is about. ADC does not exist in Anambra, and we showed it yesterday in 2 major elections. They are not on ground. They have no support, even in their home, even in their polling units. ADC, Association of what? I don't know what they are. ADC, they had mere 2%. That's what they got. It says one thing, Labour Party is there. And you know what is interesting as well? Apuga defeated the Labour Party governorship candidate in his ward, defeated the ADC Labour candidate in his ward, who defeated all of them. It was a tsunami. Once you allow the vote to count, Apuga will always win minimum 75%.
All right, that's the governor of Anambra State, Governor Chukwuma Soludo, talking to us about how ADC people were stuffing ballot boxes with thumb-printed ballot papers in Anambra State. That's the party that's about to bring. I have a video of this crazy thing here. They don't thumb-print all of the booklet before they even bring and come vote at all. But now, it may not be like I say they lie. I could just show you small. There are people on Twitter. Don't worry, you will watch it again on YouTube. You see, right? It's already like they printed these papers before election go on to Bere. You see? All right. I mean, see, let me tell you something. I don't think there's any political party that's actually, holy. The problem is that once you base your conversation on morality, that's where the problem is, because people now be asking you how good you are, because you have gone beyond the policies, you've gone beyond manifesto. This is wrong, regardless of who is doing it. But because you are saying you are better than everybody morally as a politician, they will begin to now ask you moral questions. And I hope, Peter Obi and the other people in ADC are able to answer that question. Moving on from that, let's listen to Dave Umahi and what he said about elections in the southeastern part of Nigeria. Take a listen to this.
Lots of Southeast are supporting, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu second term. I saw a man that was running his mouth, and the man was saying the only place that you have, 100% support, a man has his region intact, is, in the Southeast, and he was talking of my brother Peter Obi. If when the presidency will come to Southeast, I should be at the forefront because of my performance. And I've asked for debate. Anybody that feels otherwise, I created something out of this Ebonyi state. God used me to do it. And so we compare, governor to governor time and compare what you have done for Southeast. I beat my chest and said, listen, God has used me, President Bola Ahmed has used me to better the laws of Southeast. You can tell me when else we had it this good. And so boldly we are saying that Southeast, we support President, supporting President for 2027. And there is no governor in Southeast that is not supporting the President. And governors are in charge of their states. You see Anambra, you see Enugu, you see Ebonyi. You've seen all that the governor is doing. You see Abia, my cousin, you see Imo, our leader. So we are very confident that we write our history. And as you're here, my advice for our people, Igbos, is to re-engage. We can't get to presidency by sentiment. We have to re-engage, we have to support other regions, and at the time of God, nobody will stop it. It will come to us. And who knows, whether that time it will be the man started by the other minister.
Okay, they use style campaign, say your own time they come soon. But I think, he has a right to aspire, and based on what he accomplished and what he is doing right now as the Minister of Works, it'd be like say you get better portfolio past some people though. But it is well. All right, moving on. But before I move on, someone says here, not even says job to build bus terminals. It should be local government, considering the impressive level of work being showcased by LCDA chairman in Lagos. Yes, but now only Lagos if you talk that one now for now. But what you're saying is correct. It's just that even if states are building, Lagos State build some terminals, Oshodi, and so on and so forth. Or your state also doing the same thing. It makes sense if a state is doing it. It should be local government, but federal government should not even be coming close to it at all. But then it is what it is. All right. Still on the elections, APC won Adamawa State Assembly, APC won Taraba State Assembly, APC won Jigawa House of Representatives, APC won Ogun House of Representatives, APC won Niger House of Assembly, APC won Ekiti House of Assembly, APC won Edo Senate and House of Representatives, APC won one in Kano, that's House of Assembly, NNNP won in Kano, House of Representatives, PDP won Oyo, House of Rep, and APGA won Anambra State Senate and House of Assembly, APC won Kaduna State House of Representatives, and 2 House of Assembly seats. Kaduna, Anambra. I thought that it is well. Please, before we go on, because it's good news, I want to keep talking about the good news. I'd like you to listen to the governor of Ogun State speaking on the Gateway International Airport. Take a listen to this. Oh boy, no. All right, take a listen.
Erected Ogun State Gateway International Airport. That airport, by the grace of God, will be officially licensed and approved for commercial flights this week. I had a meeting on Sunday with a company that wants to be flying 2 cargo flights every week from London to this airport. Every week. every week. You will have flights that are going from here to Abuja, from here to Port Harcourt starting out. When NCA came last week, they came to congratulate me here. He said, by God's grace, this week we will approve this airport. And the approval that your airport will get, no other airport in Nigeria has that approval. Your airport has now become the benchmark of what airport should be in Nigeria. Yes, and I'm saying this at the risk of being corrected. It's not me that said it, that's what they told me. That the approval that they gave us, nobody has it. That other airports are now going to be striving to have that level of approval. This airport will now become the alternate airport to Muizala Mohammed International Airport. So if you pay another land, right now, if you pay another land in LLA, it goes to Ghana. From there, once they license the airport, if you pay another land in LLA, for no reason, it comes to it. This is what happens when vision meets passion. It translates to implementation. This puts our state on the global map.
All right, that's fantastic news from the governor of Ogun State, and that should be celebrated. I'm looking at the video of the interior of the airport, and it looks really good. Inflation rate eased to 21.88% in July 2025 from 22.22% in June 2025. So for the fourth month in a row, the inflation rate, they go down. That's something to be happy about. There's a video here of Senator Barao Jibrin welcoming top figures of the NNPP Kwankwasia movement, along with over 30,000 supporters who defected from the NNPP to the APC. All right. I'm trying to find. Okay, I think I shared this last week. Okay, this is another one from Enugu State. The governor, Peter Mba, rewarded a young man who manufactured a moving vehicle with the sum of 1 million naira. The governor also gave him the opportunity to have a handshake, encouragement, and to explore his creativity and innovation. I'd like you to listen to that young man. It's a very short clip, but I think it's something that makes a lot of sense. Take a listen to this. I apologize for the noise. That's how it was recorded. We're going to move away from that. But that's actually quite good. I mean, there's some things people send to me. I'm going to play them, one or two of them later. So a lot of people have been talking about the possibility of a Goodluck Jonathan presidency, the fact that they wanted him to, some people are saying he should come back. And to be honest, they're not saying this because of Nigeria. They're saying because he can only serve for one term. And then that will be it. So I'm going to play two videos. I'll play one from Umar Sani, who is a PDP chieftain. And then I'll play from another PDP chieftain, who is from the southeast. So let's take a listen to Umar Sani first, and then we'll listen to the elder from the southeast. Take a listen, please.
Well, Rufai, your postulations look very attractable on the surface. But when you look at it, factually, you will understand that the coming in of Goodluck Jonathan will even further affect the president coming back than, give him that benefit. For instance, the president is now preparing the South-South for himself. He's preparing Edo for himself. He's preparing Akwa Ibom for himself. He's preparing Rivers for himself. He's preparing Delta for himself. So the coming of Goodluck will upstage that arrangement, because being somebody from the South-South, the possibility that the South-South would vote for Goodluck Jonathan is very massive. They will come out en masse because this is their own son. So they cannot sacrifice their own son for any other consideration. So it will affect the president more than it will affect any other candidate. Then coming to the North, which is the battleground, for Goodluck Jonathan is a very popular person in the North. Initially, the North, Northerners were convinced.
When did he get this popularity? Is it just now? Because I never knew him to be popular. Buhari beat him in the North constantly, so I never knew him to be popular. Let
me land. Yes, why I'm saying this is because Goodluck Jonathan was initially very unpopular because of the Boko Haram insurgency. And most Northerners believed that he was behind the Boko Haram insurgency and that he was using General Hejerika to create more mayhem in the North. But, on the ascension of Buhari and the lack of performance of Buhari's government, the people now began to see that it was even not the fault of Jonathan, that it was an issue that was even beyond him. Because even Buhari kept on saying technically defeated, almost technically defeated, almost about to be defeated, but the thing continued. Okay. So in fact, the incidents that broke the camel's back was when Bello Turji burned some people alive in a bus, and the Northerners could not take it, and they said Buhari was incapable.
About Goodluck Jonathan?
Well, he has done 6 years, and I wish him the best of luck. If he wants to get back to the party, it will be an easy sell for Tinubu, because he has nothing else to offer.
You think so?
Yes, he has nothing else to offer. Well, see, when you run a government for 6 years, what was spectacular in his 6 years? He's a PDP. I met him more than 5 times when he was president. I don't want to discuss that, but there has to be something extraordinary you offer as a leader. Because leadership is about results, not speech-making, creating enmity. You have to have a reference point. Because if you look at Peter Obi, go to Anambra, 8 years of governorship, he translated education and health. These are achievements you cannot see overnight. But when you look at the antecedent results from WAEC or NEC and see where Anambra is, then you will know what it wasn't achieved overnight.
Politicians with Biamora. This same man who just spoke about Peter Obi was one who said, was speaking against Peter Obi last election. And now they are all saying what they are saying about Tinubu. But there's another person who has something to say about the president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. By the way, the idea that Jonathan is not popular in the North, I don't think I can understand it no matter who explains it, but I think I'm smart enough to get it, but I don't think it's true. That's the point I'm trying to make. So suddenly, Goodluck Jonathan is now popular in the North. Quite interesting, isn't it? All right, this is from Governor Obasani speaking on this whole, ulabalu about blue blah 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 about the coming election. Take a listen to this.
You know what happened in 2013 when there is a merger? Now there is a coalition coming up, the ADA. You have David Mark, you have El-Rufai, you have Atiku Abubakar there, you have Ado there, you have David Mark and Rotimi Amechi. trouble is looming for your party, don't you think?
No, I don't think so. Let me tell you why.
You're not afraid of the new coalition?
I'm not afraid of anything. I will tell you why I'm not afraid of anything. Look, Sean, when people are talking about the North against Asuwaju, the North against this, I just hope we have more time. I will come to you with the statistics. In 2023, let me give you Kaduna as an example. I'm sure it might be the same with many states. I look at the poverty index in the whole 23 local government of Kaduna State. Sean, listen to me.
Yes, sir.
I look at the poverty index. Don't forget, I was a chairman of the Senate Committee on Banking for 4 years. So I can tell you because of that knowledge and the information I had, I look at the poverty index in Kaduna. Out of the 23 local government, 17 local governments, I look at the poverty level, is about 70%. That was the statistics as of 2023. And that was the reason why I told you that our issue of insecurity have to do with economic crisis. Because when we are talking, people come to your table here for interview, they talk about kinetic and non-kinetic approach. What is non-kinetic approach? It's about good governance. That is the issue.
And have you delivered that?
What did I do? The first thing I did was signing executive order on financial inclusion. Today, 2.5 million of our vulnerable, underserved and poor who are mostly living in the rural areas, we have since brought them back to financial services sector. We open accounts for them. We supported them with social intervention. Now they can save, they can borrow, they can promote their businesses. That is the way to address the issue of financial
inclusion. But does it take away the fact that Jonathan was doing all he could in 2015, but your party came and swept the PDP?
I can tell you.
And the fear is that they've won. In fact, Natural Rufai was the one who said they will send the president to retirement in Lagos in 2027. Does that worry you?
Let me tell you, let me be very frank with you. I don't think, the reason why I don't believe there's any threat, I can tell you today, but go and write it down. And remember this day. As far as you have no any threat, and I will tell you why. Because you see, I told you, I spent most of my life as a civil rights activist. We fought for the informal democracy in Nigeria, for good governance. Most of the people speaking today, where were they? When we were in the trenches, fighting for democracy, for justice, for good governance, for rule of law. He didn't know anything about it.
So there's no threat?
So let me tell you why there's no threat. There's a way to fight. Remember when we fought for the internal democracy in Nigeria, then let me tell you why you asked me a question, but I have to explain to you. Just be patient. When we did that fight under our leader, Chief Gani Fami of blessed memory, you know what happened? We are not fighting because we want power. We are fighting because we want democracy and good governance in Nigeria. That was the reason why when Islam Abubakar started his transition, remember, and he insisted that he would register only 3 political parties, the Alliance for Democracy, the APP, and the PDP. We went with our team. And our leader, then Chief Gani Fami, told us, we are not going to participate in that election. And we look at him, we said, why? He said, because the battle is not over. We have to fight for the expansion of political space in Nigeria. And that was the reason why some of us, including my humble self, took INEC to court. So when people are talking about denial of registration or whatever, I was surprised. Where were they? In 1999, we took INEC to court. My humble self, Gani Fami, and NCP led it with Balara Musa of PRP, as well as MDJ under the former IG of police, MD Yusuf. We won this case, the case at the level of Supreme Court for the expansion of political space. That is the reason why some people that had no knowledge of what happened. That's the reason why today you can have Labour Party, all those parties. Some people fought for that battle. We fought for the battle. Why did we win the battle? Because it's not about driving power. It's about entrenching democracy in Nigeria and good governance. So Nigerians are very clever. They're very smart. They have been following the trajectory of political events in Nigeria. When you tell them, I can change things, they will look at you and say, what did you do 5 years ago? What did you do 6 years ago? Why are you not in power? Why are we still in this problem? Poverty did not start in Nigeria 2023. I'm speaking here now as a northerner, not even as a governor. So let me give you the example of the north. As of 2014, there was nothing called insurgency or banditry in Benungwari, Giwa, and many other parts of Zamfara. It started mostly around 2015-16. All we had was Boko Haram before 2014 in the Northeast. But we sat down, we did not look at the developmental indices, we didn't look at the level of poverty increasing in the North, we did not look at the number of out-of-school children growing. These are the issues. We do not look at the problem we have in healthcare, accessibility, and that was the reason why things became so bad by 2017, 18, 19. When I was in the Senate, every day when we approach the Senate, the first thing we will be skeptical about, there might be one man silent. Something happened, people died. That was the story shown. And all the people talking today, they were at the helm of affairs. And things were growing. The poverty level in northern Nigeria grew from almost 50% 15 years ago to 70% on average as of 2023. And someone can look at me and tell me the problem was caused by Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Come on. You have to see the statistics. Next time I'm coming here, I'll come with the poverty index.
All right. Governor.
All right, that's a lot, but I wanted us to listen to the whole thing because it makes sense to actually understand his point of view. And we hope the president wins again the next election. It will be really good because I can't see anybody, well, like I can't see, they don't even exist, anyone who is better than him as far as this is concerned. A couple more things that we'll move on, bring people up, discuss this for a while, and then we'll get into the topic of today's conversation. This is about the Labour Party, and this news this is from 15th August 2025, so this was on Friday. It says the Labour Party's leadership crisis took a decisive turn on Friday as the Federal High Court in Abuja dismissed Julius Abure's case against the Independent National Electoral Commission, affirming he is no longer the party's national chairman. This is another unambiguous affirmation of the rule of law and the Supreme Court's binding pronouncement. That's by the interim national chairman, Senator Nenadi Usman. And she says the chapter is closed. We must put distractions behind us and rebuild the Labour Party into the disciplined, people-centered movement Nigerians deserve. So that's that about about Labour Party, not Lagos, Lagbara alone. That's about Labour Party. And then we'll end with this good news. If you want to contribute to any of the stuff we've talked about, please, you can, indicate interest. I'm going to bring you up. So I want to share this one. It's about Sheye Ogunlewe, who ran a season's best of 10.10 seconds to win the men's 100 meters final at the Stratford Grand Prix. But the interesting thing about the whole thing was that he ran against three other people had close, should I say ties? They almost, they are very close to the second, the third, and the fourth person, essentially. So he was the first. The second person was Bori Akinola, who represented Ireland. The second person was Ade Adewale, who represented the UK. And then the fourth position was Richard Ẹkáàbọ, who also represented the UK. So essentially, 4 Yoruba men ran, but the one representing Nigeria won. Quite interesting. All right, so we're going to bring people up now. We'll have some conversations around the news we've discussed so far. There was one more thing. Sorry, I'll bring you up now, but let me just read this one before I bring you up. This is from the governor of Ebonyi State, Francis Nwifuru, has urged the federal government to restrict use of social media to curb half-truth. He also called on the FG to intensify efforts to engage youth in practical agriculture, noting that hunger and idleness drive online anger and misinformation. It is a governor talking about the federal government should help people in agriculture. We have to restructure this country. Give me a governor. Anyway, Sha, you guys are disturbing people on social media, so they're looking for a way to regulate social media. I think, it's not a bad idea as long as they're not witch-hunting people or trying to stop them from expressing themselves. But if it's to make sure that what they are saying is the correct one, I'm all for it. All right, let's have some contributions, and then we can go into the topic of today, which is Ẹkáàbọ, Zik and the Nigerian Constitution. So let's start with our brother Perizim. Good afternoon. Hello, Perizim. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. How's everything? How's the family?
Adupe. Family is good. Eshe.
Well,
thank you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. The only thing I want to talk about is about this Dangote's trawler rather, killing people anyhow. And I noticed you mentioned at least 70% of all those people are carrying and can be taken by rape. Can you hear me, sir, please?
Yes.
Okay, good. And well, let's be sincere with ourselves. It's not necessary when we start using rail that we can curb their SCCs on the road. I'm in the UK, and I'm telling you, if you see loads of trailer plying their road every day, it's not that they don't usually have accident, but it's very minimal. And the accident that we have is probably the driver has overdrunk himself. The necessary thing is to put the policy in place. Now, I'm not ashamed to say this. I'm a data analyst, and I'm doing some work there. I noticed their salary as SGV driver in UK here. In a year, you can be any more than 50,000-60,000 pounds. I want to jettison that now to go and learn that stuff. Presently, I've passed my first test. I've passed my second test. All what I'm left to do is to pass my practical test. Now, in the process of all these tests, if you see the way we were taught, all the necessary precaution, everything you have to do as a truck driver, just to make sure their road is safe, just to make sure that you are safe, just to make sure that the goods you are carrying is, I'm telling you, can't compare with as if you are training a pilot. But here back home in Nigeria, you will see a motor boy after probably 6 months following his driver. I live in Abeokuta before I traveled. There's a place called Ijayi in Abeokuta. The real driver will ask his motor boy to go and load concrete, or let me say granite. The guy will stay at Ijayi and be flexing. A motor boy will now go to the quarry, load, and be coming back. And most of the 70% of those drivers will have an accident before they reach where their guy is. And that's not supposed to be. So when we put the necessary policy in place, look, I know if I have that license, HGV license, that's what I want to be using to feed my family. I will not dare try rubbish. Now, these are the penalties when they caught you doing wrong thing. You yourself, the driver, your operator, that is your guy, then your company, those 3 people, they are in trouble. So when you know that this is your license, you are using it to feed your family, your company too will be telling you every time, look, as you are going out today, make sure you honor the road sign, do everything you are supposed to do, be cautious of every sign. So when we put that in place, all these accidents will reduce. When I wanted to learn, when I'm about to start learning this thing, my fear was about their braking system. But when they told us, look, before there will be any brake failure in SGV, there will be a sign. It will definitely give you a sign that no, there is the air system is reducing. Make sure that you park at the next. The moment you hear that sound, make sure you park. Are we observing that in Nigeria? No. So we have to put necessary thing in place. We have to put policy in place to discipline drivers, to discipline companies, to discipline operators. By the time we put all those things in place, all these accidents about a truck driver will reduce drastically in Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And that makes a lot of sense. To be honest, I wasn't speaking specifically about Dangote. I was talking about the news that they're able to use the trains to bring in, to move things from Kwakwalan to Ibadan. So that's what I was talking about. But what you said is also very, very, very important in terms of training. And I saw a video that Pastor Apostle Johnson Suleiman put out yesterday talking about training their boys. A lot of them are young, a lot of them are very young, a lot of them are drunk and things like that. So what you said, of course, addresses that matter squarely. So thank you very much for that submission. Let's have Dark Poet. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Prof.
Ẹkáàbọ. Ọjọ́ kan pẹ̀lú. Ṣé wà?
Yeah, just to buttress what President said, yeah, policy is important. Also, limitations, because one thing I noticed, I've delved into this because I used to school in Ilaro, and back then, a lot of Dangote drivers on that lane, but it's a menace. And what I've noticed is this.
Was it with the ones from Ibeche?
Ibeche, yes. Ibeche, you got that right. Even though it was even before, I've schooled there before the accident became rampant. Because it's just like maybe 10, 12 years ago that the thing just became a thing, but I've schooled there way before then. So, but I still follow up processes. I follow up the story about Ilaro and its environment. So I noticed when it got rampant, one thing Dangote needs to do, he himself needs to take some responsibilities in the sense that more trainings. There need to be internal enforcement also before the government regulates you. Regulate yourself. That's one thing I know that majority of people in the Western world do. Before government regulates you, regulate yourself. Limitations for this, but don't, because of profit making, tell somebody who is supposed to drive for 10 hours, let him drive for 50 hours because you want to maximize profit and the likes. And also, the amount of drug tests those people go through here before you, there's a breathalyzer that alcohol in the body, and a lot of things should be put in place to curb that, because we can't keep on. And funny enough, he produced one of the best trucks he uses one of the best trucks in the country. Almost if not all his trucks are power steering. And at this century, they should be changing all this truck that two people will be turning their steering to move in one direction. They need to work on those ones too. Power steering, you can't even. It's impossible to see that in the Western world. Everything is power steering. That anybody, you in UK and in this, you see women driving buses and trucks because it's easier. Most force to do it, and that is for the video you play you played last about the northern guy explaining the issue of insurgency and the likes. One thing I know about the majority of people in Nigeria is this: a lot of people just talk emotionally and they receive information emotionally. Like, example, go to the paper stand. I've tried this before, back like years back. Go to the paper stand and just say, what's in the happen for this country, sir? You will see everybody will become emotional. Oh, the government are this, the government are bad, these are bad. I said, fine. You've experienced that in the past, even though those government that you are saying they are bad, they can't be bad 100%. They will have either their 1% or the 2% that they've contributed, which is what is happening now. Any small thing, you go towards the government. And I can say it by far, I've been studying politics of this country. I studied it before pre-1999. This is the best developmental era of those presidency. The infrastructure that is coming on board now, they are not ordinary infrastructure that we say, okay, you build roads, life-changing infrastructure for owners of the country. But because of prejudices and emotional judgments, people will tell you, oh, I do talk to a friend, they will tell you, oh, the thing that you are saying now, does this affect the price of Gary or the price of rice? I do tell him, I said, you are supposed to be a learned person. There are some policies that you see immediate effect, where there are some that it's a futuristic effect that you are going to see in future. You know that why they do this. The example of when they said China built a train to nowhere. They built a train to a city, a dead city that people are not living there. Only small number of people are living. That same city, fast forward 10 years after that, is one of the most populated area in China. And the train that was built through that axis was one of the things that makes such effect, that make the city grow, and the city is a vibrant economical city now. So a lot of people they will just tell you, oh, does it affect the price of rice or of Gary? Nobody want to make sacrifice for their unborn children. They want a miracle that a government will just come, wave a magic wand, and price of Gary from 1,000 will become 10 naira. Processes, we don't understand processes in Nigeria. That before Yoniki Shuto Dion, Amashiki Namagun Shulodo, that Igunodo and Kokon Arishu Adefejenyo, which is the way most people think. And me, I'm tired of even talking on social media right now. I don't even talk anymore. Once I see some comment, I just scroll past it and I move on. I can chat this person up and explain some things, right? But some, they are non-redeemable. I just move past it and carry on. So thank you, Prof. Let me stop there for now.
Please, the last speaker, please, I will message you, please. Sorry. Just allow me to message you, please.
All right, no problem.
All right, thank you very much, both speakers. Very good to have you up here. So I'm going to take you down now because we're about to move into the next part of today's session. Thank you for coming up, and thank you, Dark Poet, and thank you, Perism. All right. So I'm glad to be here, and thank you very much for liking the live. We're about to go into the class. So we have the news, then we're going to class. Before we get into class, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. Also, please click on the heart icon beside Busui or raise up above my head. Join the team. If you're a member of the team, drop a heart to me, drop a gift. Let's push this into the FYP. If you're on YouTube, please like the live, share the live as well. If you're on Twitter, please repost, share the space. I want to start today in a different way. So today we're going to be talking about Awolowo, Zik, and the Nigerian Constitution. We're looking at the history of Nigerian constitutions, starting with Macpherson, Richards, and so on and so forth. We're going to be using Awo's autobiography as the basis of our conversation, but we're going to be looking at other books also to support it. And the reason we're using Awo's autobiography is because this entire series is actually about Awo. All right, the series itself is called Awolowo's Path. So everything we've been doing, Awo has been the main focus, right? But then through his lens, we can see things that happened in Nigeria's history at that time. And we've talked about so many things. We've talked about how he was born, we've talked about his schooling, his education, his politics, his politics, the political adventure from NYM, his work as a journalist, the different people that played different roles in NYM. We've talked about so many things in the past few days. We also talked about federalism and how his idea of federalism was built starting around 1928. It was well shaped by 1933. And we also talked about how Azikiwe's idea of federalism in 1943 in his own document that was published then is called The Political Blueprint of Nigeria. And we have an idea, what he thought Nigeria should look like and also what Awolowo thought Nigeria should look like. And then we talked about Egbe Modudua being formed in 1945 in London and what the Igbo State Union in Igbo Federal Union in the UK did in 1945, although they had, and in case you were not here, I'll probably just slow down a bit when we get to the point where I'm going to do like a recap. Let me just read now. So Igbo Federal Union was created in 1936, and I've said it several times, the very first cultural organization that had the very first ethnic group to have a cultural organization in Nigeria were the Ibibios. They created it in 1928, right? The Ibibio Federal Union, Ibibio State Union was created in 1928. Other groups came along much later. So the Urobo came along in 1931. They created their own, and then you had different other groups coming up. And then eventually in 1936, the Igbos had their own Igbo unions. Igbo unions were in different states. It wasn't a thing where all of them across the nation were together. So different cities had different Igbo unions. And the idea, for the Igbo union originally was for survival, to make sure that they're able to take care of themselves in other people's lands. So they had Igbo union in Lagos and another Igbo union in Port Harcourt. And even then, the Igbo union in Port Harcourt began to also show certain traits about dominating that particular place, which made the Ikwere people begin to have their own separate union way back in the 40s. And when we get to that conversation, we're going to talk about it. So from the idea of Igbo and Ikwere issue did not start because of the war. Long before the war, they noticing what was happening in the 1940s, especially from the Igbos in terms of their own unions and their plan to use that as an opportunity to dominate the space, began to tinker with their own understanding. And even by the time the war came, the Ikwere were still having their own group, separate from the Igbo unions. They were never really part of the Igbo caucus, but that's another topic for another day. Anyway, we talked about how by 1945, the Yorubas had no organization that brought all of us together because we had these issues from the intertribal wars that we had fought in the 19th century. But eventually, in 1945, in London, Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ was formed. Now, Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ simply means Society of Oduduwa's Descendants. So they gathered and then decided meeting to discuss things for Yoruba land and also for Nigeria. And last week, we looked at their objectives, their charter, and in the charter, it has two categories. One category is focused on Yoruba land, Yoruba people, education, and things like that, and health and monarchy and stuff. And then the other one was focused on Nigeria. And what you saw in there last week was that they were trying to also come up with a plan plans for other groups in Nigeria apart from just Yoruba people. So what they want really is to have Yoruba land prosper and to also collaborate with other ethnic associations across Nigeria to make sure that other places in Nigeria also experience growth. If you contrast, the Igbo Union, for instance, had a totally different idea of what Nigeria should be from what the Yoruba people had. And what you notice essentially is that whether it was in London in 1945, when the Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ was formed, or in 1948, when it was formed in Lagos, the Igbos were the major detractors and they were the ones who antagonized Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ. And from everything we've seen in this conversation, especially when we start talking about NYM and Azikiwe's involvement since 1937, you notice that from 1938, it seemed very clear that the Yorubas have been seen as a threat, right? And it's understandable because you're trying to become everything you want to become, but you want to become all those things in Yoruba land, right? But the crazy part about this ridiculous, you were allowed to have your own ethnic association in Yoruba land, and then when Yoruba wanted to have their own, you began to cry all over the place. And so we talked about what became the Lagos Press War of 1948. If you were not here last week, please watch the videos. They're all on YouTube. There was something called Lagos Press War of 1948. And I've said it several times. It took Yoruba people 10 years to respond to Igbos. 10. And the reason was because, two reasons I should say. Number one was because they had this thing of nationalists. They were thinking as nationalists. They're trying to build the same nation. If you're asking the same question and I'm not responding to you, please, you can literally just curb yourself. Like, you can stop yourself from distracting me. God bless you. They have this thing where they were thinking as nationalists. It was about Nigeria, it was about Africa, it wasn't about ethnicities. And they were shocked when they saw Azikiwe, doing that in 1938. Nobody ever thought of doing anything like that. Azikiwe started with this Igbo. And like I always say, there's nothing wrong with being proud of your ethnicity, but when you are talking to people who are supposed to be nationalists, and then you're essentially elevating your group above the others, you can't call yourself a nationalist in the same breath. But we also talked about how by 1940 it became really direct. Beyond just writing things about the greatness of the Igbos in his papers, he had gone to the point where he was now attacking Yoruba people, resulting in what happened in February, March 1941, where Azikiwe used a Yoruba subgroup against the collective Yoruba people and the entire nationalist movement by saying the Ijebu people were not wanted in the NYM. And eventually he pulled out his own Igbo people and the Ijebu people. So from what happened, people started noticing what it was about, but not much was done to respond. Howard had to go to the UK in 1944. They returned in 47, 48, thereabout. And then the war started again, so to speak, because that was actually the statement that Ojukwu used the word battle. So, for instance, you look at what Peter Obi said in this last election, in that very infamous phone call where he talked about the religious war. Similar to the language that Azikiwe also used in 1948. He called it's one of battle. Essentially, he said they're going to fight the Yoruba organization called Egbe Modudu. I call it a fascist organization, the enemy of Nigeria, and so on and so forth. But while all this was going on, he was leading the Igbo State Union in Yoruba land, right? And he called for violence. And by the way, like I mentioned last week, again, I'm trying to we get into the meat of today's session, Congo. If you were here last week, we talked about how it got so bad that people were buying machetes and cutlasses in Lagos. So Yoruba people were buying machetes and cutlasses. Igbos were also buying because there was going to be a showdown. People were going to get hurt or something. And with all of that happening, there was an interview on 2nd September 1948 on the pages of the Nigerian Daily Times. And they asked Zik, you know, like, okay, so Zik, this is happening. I'm going to have to mute this giddy boy guy, man. So let me just explain because people may not understand. So the comment section to me is part of the session, right? So when we're talking about something, someone just comes with things that have nothing to do with what we're discussing, it throws me off, right? Because, you know, the way we run this thing is not like we can all just talk and then because many people are not on stage. And the reason, of course, because of distraction and noise and stuff. So the fact that everybody's in the comment section, it helps me feel like we are all together. So when you come with this, should Igbo apologize? Should Igbo apologize? At this moment. The time to ask the question was when people came up. We had that window. We had news. We can talk all kinds of things before getting to the topic. You did not ask. I don't know if you are the same person that came with another account last week. This is going to be the threatened stored account. Just please, if you want to ask questions, just hold it, please. We can ask before the class or after. Please, let's work together. Help me. You just got here. Okay, I'm glad you're here, and I want you to be here. But please help me. We can talk about. Sha, help me. All right, let's get on with it. This is why I don't answer questions. Now, I'm trying to recollect what I was saying. There was a situation where people were buying cutlasses and machetes in Lagos markets, and it got so bad that on 2nd September 1948, there was a news report of, actually not a news report, actually, it was an interview that was conducted. So they asked Zik, like, see everybody's buying cutlasses, buying machetes. What do you think about this thing? It's going to become walao. And Zik said something very interesting. He said the brandishing of cutlasses and machetes was only for propaganda purposes. His own words, right? What date was this? 2nd September 1948, the pages of the Nigerian Daily Times. But here's the crazy part. 6 days later, on the 8th of September 1948, he published something interesting in his own newspaper, West African Pilot. And I think it might be the thing I should read now so that we can get into the books. And this is what Zik published on September 8th. Good afternoon. He says here, But now that the Egbe has made it clear that its battle is not really against Dr. Azikiwe personally, and even against Igbos as a group, but against the aspirations of the 27 million Nigerians backing up the NCNC, the time has come for real action. Henceforth, the cry must be one of battle against the Egbe Omodudua, its leaders at home and abroad, uphill and downdale, in the streets of Nigeria. Omodudua is the enemy of Nigeria. It must be crushed to the earth. There is no going back until the fascist organization of Saadia Malakija has been dismembered. This was 6 days after Zik said the brandishing of cutlasses and machetes by Igbos was only for propaganda purposes, before he then called on his own people to attack Yoruba people in Yoruba land. Just saying, just for you to get the context and the ridiculousness of his plans and actions. All right. And after this, I'm reading now from Papa's book, I was the biography of Chief Obafemi Olowo. He says, apart from municipal attacks, there were also physical assaults on the persons of the leaders of the Egbe and damage to the houses and other property of some of them. It was absolutely impossible on nationalist grounds to reconcile Dr. Azikiwe's insensate hostility to the Egbe with his presidentship of the Igbo Federal Union and his obvious condonation of the existence of a similar organization founded in the northern region in May 1948 and called Jamia Mutanen Arewa, Northern People's Congress. Besides, in spite of his protestations to the contrary, Dr. Azikiwe was himself an unabashed Igbo jingoist. He was an unabashed Igbo jingoist, and he gave the game completely away when he said inter alia in his presidential address to the Igbo Federal Union in 1949 as follows. It would appear that the God of Africa, this is Azikiwe speaking now. By the way, I've said it several times, this speech was given in Aba. He gave the speech in Aba, and then he published it in his own newspaper. It would appear that the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. The martial prowess of the Igbo nation at all stages of human history has enabled them not only to conquer others, but also to adapt themselves to the role of preserver. The Igbo nation cannot shirk its responsibility. Politically, you have seen with your own eyes how you were disenfranchised by the British. The Igbo nation has never been represented in the Executive Council. Economically, the Igbo nation has labored under onerous taxation measures without sufficient social amenities to justify same. We have been taxed without representation, and our contributions in taxes have been used to develop other areas. Everything we talk here in Alayo have been used to develop other areas out of proportion to the incidence of taxation in those areas. It would seem that the Igbo nation is becoming a victim of economic annihilation through a gradual but studied process. And I remember saying to us that if there's anything Azikiwe did and that no other person could actually even bother to try to even play with, is the fact that he was able to weave this tapestry of superiority and victimhood and made a very fantastic, cover, duvet, and gave it to his people that they are still covering themselves with. The idea that they're better than everybody, but they're the victims of everybody. That started with Zik, at least on the pages of newspapers, but it started with the people themselves, right? Because we also mentioned that when you compare the goals, the objectives of the Egbe Modudua and the Igbo State Union, you also discover that one group was looking at their own growth and the growth of other people, and another group was committed to destroying other people so that they can be great. The one who was committed to its own growth and the growth of others was Egbe Modudua. The one who wanted to destroy every other group was actually the Igbo State Union. And that's their plan. And that's what it's been all about. And we talked about that yesterday. And I said this just to make it very clear. If you're Igbo, this doesn't mean it's your fault. It doesn't mean that you are bad. It's just to tell you that there are certain things that you do right now. You may not even know why you do it, right? I was talking to some elders yesterday at a meeting, and we're talking history. And I said to them, and I think I've said it here before, that for the most part, all of us in Nigeria, for the most part, I'm not saying 100%, but for the most part, all of us in Nigeria are the direct products of the prevailing political ideology in our regions in the 1950s and 60s. And so there are certain things we do right now. We may not even know why we are doing it. For instance, you hear your Bible say things like, oh, no matter what you want to do, parents especially, no matter what you want to do, you must go to school first. Education is the best legacy. All those things that you say, sometimes we may not even know why, but you're really saying it because of what Awolowo did, right? And that's not to say that people are not going to school before Awo, because people are going to school. Awo went to school before he became, apparently. But the sheer number, the growth, and we're going to get to that in this conversation, the way they grew and became all of that is just amazing, right? And that happened, and that happened because of Awo. So the way we talk about education in Yoruba land, to be honest, is actually because of what happened in the 50s and 60s. And that's also the way people do politics. The way you see people do politics in certain parts is based on the prevailing political ideology in their region in the 40s and 50s and 60s. For instance, only one group, I've said it several times, only one group in Nigeria is bold enough, even though what they're doing doesn't really make too much sense, but they're bold enough to look for indigenous status after 10 years in another person's land. The only group that can do that is the one who believes in Zikism. So even if you say, oh, no, I don't believe in it, what you are doing is telling me that you're a direct descendant of Zik in terms of politics. Like, you can call me direct descendant of Awolowo as far as ideology is concerned, and you'll be right. And I have no qualms with that. But you see, if you have leaders who have done things and who have dug pits for others to fall into, and you find those people who discover those pits being very weary of you, it's not because they hate you, it's because even you, what you are doing, be like say they dig pit yourself. But the point is, you have to stop digging pits. But you are committed to digging pits because that's what you saw in the hands of your elders. But we are telling you that this pit you are digging, at this point, now you go fall inside them. And that is from a place of love. Anything else is when people now start taking it out on you. And I don't think that's the best way to actually approach the situation. But it's a lesson we all have to learn. I don't want to go back into everything we talked about or read the document that we read from 1964 that was quoting the plan that the Igbos had in 1944. And that plan is still alive and well, even today. And you still see it being played out. Especially in political landscape, and it's important to be aware of it so that we don't fall victim of other people's machinations. All right, having said that, I'm going to go into today's topic, but before I do that, I want to read something from two people. I'm going to read two books. It's a description of certain entities or certain political leaders. Uncle Chief Bolage wrote a book called People, Politics, and Politicians of Nigeria. And I think it's a very good place to start to this conversation. And I want to read a book also by Emeka Odumegojuku called Because I Am Involved. Now, the reason I want to do this is because I promised earlier, am I on YouTube? Yes, we're live on YouTube as well, Yoruba only. I promised that I was going to share something from what I learned from my mentor this weekend. Of course, I can't share everything. I can't even share what I learned. I'm going to share something that he read, from a particular book out of many things that he was gracious enough to share with me over the weekend. By the way, let me just use this opportunity to also tell us that, guys, please, if you're doing anything, may God help you. But please remember that you're not the first person to have this grand idea. So it works if you would just look out for those who have gone ahead of you. You will learn a lot from them. But that's why we all need mentors. No matter how brilliant you are, there's something you will not be able to see because, or it might take a while to see those things where you can, shorten the distance by relying on those who have gone ahead of you. All right, having said that, I'm going to read something from Bolage. He didn't mention this one, and this one a book where I don't read before. But this one, he mentioned something from this book, and I was like, I have the book now. Be nice, I never read that part too, so I can't go read that. I'll go share that one later. So let's start with Bolage. The book is called People, Politics, and Politicians of Nigeria, 1940 to 1979. I'm going to go very fast, and then we're going to go to Emeka Odumegojuku. Then we'll talk about Papa's book. So this is Chief Bolage. In a notebook of mine, I jotted down the following notes of my assessment of these great leaders, talking about the Sardauna, Awo, and Zik. I would use the outline. If I were going to do an essay on each of them, I will use the outline. I think I had better set out the notes here. It may be that they will be given necessary flesh and blood in some other work. I know Zik excuse me. I'm reading this because of what I said earlier, that all of us are products of the prevailing political ideology of our regions in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. So he says, let me start again. In a notebook of mine, I jotted down the following notes of my assessment of these three great leaders. The leaders are Sardauna, Awo, and Zik. I think I had better set out the notes here. It may be that they will be given necessary flesh and blood in some other work. I know Zik fairly well, and Awo I know very well, and I have never hidden that I accepted his political leadership. But I like all three of these leaders. In fact, I love them. In spite of whatever anybody may think of my assessment of them, I wish all three had managed to work together. They would have established for us, the political heirs, a strong, dynamic, and democratic Nigeria, which would have become the envy of the whole world. The order of these notes is according to their age. After all, I'm a cultured Yoruba and Nigerian. Zik, charismatic, easygoing, dreamer, visionary, inspirer, decidedly undeciding. A leader who follows his lieutenants. Eclectic, jovial, man of the world, urbane, humane, fun-loving, always looking for compromises. Warm, likable, engaging, general, rather than particular. No strong views, would not mind other people do the work and he append signature. Cunning, always suspecting a catch, always planning a loophole for escape. Not an administrator or organizer, but schemer, tactician, fantastic public relations man, Fabius contactator, keeps political colleagues, friends, or lieutenants even if they go into parties different from his. No strong loyalty to anyone, would reap where others and he sow. One word, admired. By the way, everything I'm reading from this book, I can assure you I have other books to tell you that what he's saying here is true. But for now, that's not the point of today's. That's not why I'm reading this. You'll know what I'm reading very soon. Awo, charismatic, serious, studious, meticulous, finicky, fearless, methodical, discriminating, determined, purposeful, strong belief in his personal destiny, intellectually arrogant, workaholic, does not believe in compromises, probably suspects compromises, holds very strong political views but does not hold strong religious views, and sometimes indulgent about the morals of other people, although himself morally unimpeachable or unbeatable, charming and very friendly in private, excites strong passions for or against, careful organizer with eye for details, but no schemer or tactician, except within own party or government, particularist, cares only for solution of Nigeria's problems and thinks other things will fall into place. For him, political differences lead to political barrier to personal relationships with former colleagues and lieutenants, unlike Zik. Loyal to colleagues and lieutenants on social matters and in public, but willing and ready to listen to stories. Pragmatic activist, doer of his own considered philosophical or visionary ideas. Propagandist, easily arouses suspicion of other leaders. Elephantine memory, his blunt statements easily misunderstood. Would not reap where he did not sow. One word, feared. Sardauna, charismatic, aristocratic, experienced, jailed during colonial days, leadership qualities, humble, friendly, hospitable, and accommodating, but also rigorous that nobody exceeds bounds. Visitors sitting on the floor in his house, no drinking of alcohol in his presence, and so on. Bold, fearless, team leader, used the myth surrounding birth and traditional office to command and keep religious and political respect and leadership. Accommodating with emirs, but could be firm. Exile of Emir of Kano, relied much on British administrators, some of whom were very good, e.g. C. Rex Niven, who ghosted the autobiography of Sir Mojo. By the way, one of these days we'll read that document. It's called My Life. If you're on TikTok, please like this live. If you're on YouTube, please like and share. If you're on Twitter, please share the space and like it. Thank you very much. It says, relied much on British administrators, some of whom were very good, e.g. C. Rex Niven, who ghosted the autobiography of Sir Mojo. Made and encouraged young, educated Northerners to look up. Suleiman Takuma, Waziri Ibrahim, Maitama Sule, Ishaya Haudu, Mema Nasir, Mema Nasir, Ali Akilu, Abdulkadir Jah, Adamu Shiroma, and so on, entrenched politician-traditional ruler relationship that's still strong in northern Nigeria, laid no claim to intellectual or academic brilliance, and propounded no philosophies, but knew how to pick men and to place them in vantage and advantageous positions. One word, respected. So with Zik, he admires, with Awo, feared, and then with Sadana, respected. One of this, I'm going to read this thing again, but the purpose will be to explain. But that's not today's topic, at least for now. I'm going to read something similar from Ojukwu. This book is called Because I Am Involved. This is the one that he showed me. He showed me what he read about Awo, what he said about Awo. That's what my mentor showed me. I was like, wow. But I'm going to start with what he had to say about Azikiwe. So the way he wrote is essentially the same way Uncle Bola wrote his own. Zik first, Awo, and then Bello. So he says here, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. That one was Bolage. This is Emeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. How does a son, this is Dr. Azikiwe now, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, how does a son begin to assess for posterity the virtues or otherwise of his own father? In asking me my opinion about Dr. Azikiwe, the Owele of Onitsha, you have, as it were, put me in a very tight spot. Nothing I can say passed the test of objectivity. 1 second, please. Kini here. All right. How does a son begin to assess for posterity the virtues or otherwise of his own father? In asking me my opinion about Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, the Owele of Onitsha, you have, as it were, put me in a very tight spot. Nothing I say can pass the test of objectivity. Here is a man I have known all my life, a man I was brought up to give even more respect than to my father. A man who looms a giant in every respect within my childhood memory. He was the indefatigable fighter for freedom and equality. To all intents and purposes, Zik inserted the word politics into my life's dictionary. I respected, worshipped, considered him a hero, and saw him as a living legend. At independence, he caught a rather tragic figure. He was to me the symbol of a Nigeria that might have been, but was not. He became the one Nigerian alongside whom every other Nigerian achievement, every other success paled in comparison. He became Governor General, the Queen's official representative. He later became president, a ceremonial executive. Throughout the First Republic, it slowly permeated the perception of the masses that his position in terms of power was empty. He could not dissociate himself from the iniquities of the First Republic. He could not intervene to halt the iniquities, inequities. And from time to time, we saw him justifying and rationalizing actions we were sure conflicted with his better judgment. With bitterness, we began to learn that Zik, whom the British colonial administration could never incarcerate, had willingly constituted himself a prisoner of what appeared to us as northern interest. With many others, I began to feel let down. During the war, which to a certain extent was a war to free him, he rallied to the Biafran side, but later switched his support when it appeared the Biafran resistance would fail. Deriving from this act, many have questioned his commitment to the Igbos. Many have recalled that he is of Onitsha extraction and that Onitsha has with great pride claimed and continued to claim a non-Igbo lineage. The foregoing, coupled with the fact that the Igbos appeared today to be marginalized and lacking in any appreciable influence within the power structure of Nigeria, invariably has made the leadership of Igbos by Zik a subject of a vast amount of discussion. In my own candid opinion, Zik did not set out to lead the Igbos and has not in fact led the Igbos. I wonder why he built UNN in Nsukka. Anyway, let's continue. He has been first and foremost a Nigerian who aspired to a Nigerian leadership. When the British withdrew in 1960, Nigeria was left in the hands of three great men. Of the three, Zik could be said to have been the dreamer, whilst the others were hard-headed realists. Zik had not yet come into existence. The Zik believed, worked for, and made sacrifices for a Nigeria that had not yet come into existence and would never come into existence. The ideal, increasingly unattainable, they found themselves deflated and deprived vis-a-vis the realists, who from the beginning ensured for their groups a share of whatever was going. I have no quarrel with Zik. I cannot quarrel with him. I am rather too small for that. In Igbo culture and tradition, a son cannot quarrel with his father, but he can call him an old goat. Because that's what he called Zik. You find that in the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa, On a Darkling Plain. This man called Zik. Anyway, things happen. Let's continue. Zik is my father, not my honor. This is Ojuko speaking. Zik is my father. I grew up on his lap. My father considered him his friend and testified to this fact at the Foster Sutton Tribunal. It is true that he and I have not agreed on many issues. This is more due to the generational gap than to anything else. Our ambitions are different. Where he would appear to wish to lead the Igbos, I would be content to serve them. In the Igbo language, we say that one does not choose one's relatives but friends. As a father, I love and respect him. As a politician, I disagree with his policies, which I believe to a large extent have left the Igbos in the lurch. Now to Chief Obafemi Awolowo. In political terms, he would be considered an adversary of the Igbos, given the intense rivalry between him and Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. As a leader of the modern caste, he has left Nigeria standards which are indelible, standards beside which future aspirants to public leadership can be eternally measured. He was firm, articulate, painstaking, and uncompromising. He was for a long time the only Nigerian leader who enunciated principles and played down personalities. He was a brilliant political administrator and a most erudite teacher. He not only identified himself wholly with the aspirations of the Yoruba people of Nigeria, but also he was able to convince the Yoruba people of Nigeria that he and only he epitomized the highest point of their political aspirations and consciousness. He was loved, he was feared, but above all, he belonged... Sorry, I'll take that again. He was loved, he was feared, but above all, he belonged to the people he professed to lead. At his death, I had the singular honor of proposing for him this epitaph that has endured. He was the best president that Nigeria never had. Many have wondered what I meant by this, but I believe the statement was clear. Nigeria would have benefited from his presidency because of his innate presidential qualities. Nigeria must continually regret that he never, for many reasons, had the opportunity to serve at the presidential level. Awo was a leader of great stature. He was a leader who was eminently successful. That he did not fulfill the presidential ambition cannot detract from his leadership. And us, poor us, who were not his people, must continue to regret that our own leaders had not led us as he did his people, or achieved for us as he did for his people. He perceived his job as leading his people, and God bless his soul. He did a lot for them. Whenever he saw an opportunity for his people, he went for it. He had a dream for the Yorubas and was steadfast in the pursuit of that dream. He knew where he was going and took his people with him without deceit. That is why he will remain immortal in the area of his influence. One more person, Sir Ahmadu Bello. Whenever children, the heirs of our today, read the history of Nigeria, the one name that must command admiration and one which will, without doubt, attract the largest fan club would be that of Sir Ahmadu Bello, Sardauna of Sokoto. Here was a man every inch a prince, who bestrode the Nigeria of his day and won, if not admiration, then the respect of friends and foes alike. Here was a man who roused the sleeping giant of the north from its centuries-old slumber, and within the short span of 6 years, placed it in a dominant position in Nigeria. He laid the foundations of He laid the foundation of a northern preeminence in Nigeria that has lasted until today, and which threatens to last into a future without limit. In all his actions, Sardauna was regal. When arrogant, his arrogance was perceived and accommodated as the normal prerogative of royalty, sort of droit de seigneur. His perception of Nigeria was perhaps different from mine. His was more of a continuation of the Sheikh Uthman Danfodio's grand design than the creation of a modern Nigeria which favors accommodation as opposed to absorption. Everything Samadu believed, he believed sincerely. He was both haughty and down to earth. He was loved by those he led, of both high and low estate. He understood his people and inspired them to heights which they never appeared to think possible. As a leader, he was superb and very successful. As a Nigerian leader, we wished he led us all, directed us all, and inspired us all. His legacy was, however, a legacy of competition, a legacy of a dialogue into which the North entered from a position of strength. Sir Ahmadu Bello was in every sense a giant. He perceived Northern Nigeria as his domain and proceeded by sheer force of character to pull up that section of Nigeria from his bootstraps. He took over the leadership of the North when the region was weak and disadvantaged. When he left the scene, after a short spell of time, the North had become the bully, which everyone feared. He was a great leader of his people. In this book, this man talked about Cardinal Zogo, he talked about Manuel Fajuna, Yakubu Gowon, Segun Obasanjo, and so on and so forth. But I'm going to stop with the three because I read three people from Uncle Bola's book. Why did I read this? When you look through, or if you, I'm sure you were listening, compare the way he talked about the leaders. There's something that strikes you as real, or as, real. In truth, when you talk about how Nigeria should have been led or where we should go, I'm reading this book intentionally. I read Bolage, and now I just finished reading Chukwuemeka Odumegojukwo's book. The book is called Because I'm Involved. It appears that the person who actually are taking time to understand Nigeria and to come up with a way that it would work, the only one amongst all of them was Hawo. What did he mean by accommodation as opposed to absorption? Exactly what every person means when they tell you one Nigeria. There's the reason I'm not going deep into the explanation. You would think of accommodation if you're a nomad. You think of absorption if you're an owner. It's a problem of mindset. What do you mean you should have absorption? Essentially means assimilate, or at least integrate. But even from Ojuku's book, you see how they prefer just to be accommodated. But the crazy part about accommodation without absorption is the entitlement mentality that people bring in. Because even though they're accommodated, so you have accommodation without absorption, which essentially means that you have isolation. The crazy part is that the person who prefers isolation is not the one who wants to lead those who accommodated him and those who have absorbed into that culture, which is why the Igbos will never be able to lead anything outside their region. It's just a fact. Are you going to find individuals who are able to break this thing? Yes. As a group, no. In terms of like a number of them, never. Because the group culture is that for you to assimilate or to integrate means that you are denying yourself of some greatness that doesn't even exist, to be honest. But that's not for another day. Any sane human that moves from place to place understands the importance of integration and assimilation. But again, it's about the culture you're coming from. That's what determines it for the most part. Now, back to what I was saying. When you look at these three leaders, people led the way they could. But it appears that one person, and the reason I read that one is just to make it clear. I'm not saying this because I'm Yoruba. Even if I were Igala, or Ibibio, or Tiv, or Igbo, I would say the exact same thing. Nobody had a better understanding of Nigeria and a better structure and policy proposal for a structure and growth than Awolowo. Why am I saying this? Because as we go into this next phase of the series, discussing Nigeria's constitution, you begin to see the gaps. And if possible, you will see why it's very, let me put it this way. You begin to see the gaps, and then you understand why we are where we are, and possibly also begin to take lessons that you can apply maybe your own life or in nation building. Because the majority of them, what they really wanted. Pavik, let me just advise you. These live sessions are not meant for you. Your brain cannot take it. I read something, somebody asked a question about a particular statement that Ojukwu made. I said something based on that statement. In your own head, it means that I'm condemning Igbo people. You guys are used to people pampering you. It's an answer to a question, not the analysis of what I read. But again, because you don't have the bandwidth, to get what I'm saying. See, let me tell you something. Maybe I just come here for the first time. It happens to the best of us. I go to places, I keep quiet until I get what they are saying. The fact that you are typing right now does not mean you understand what I said, and I can assure you, you don't get it. And what I said right now, again, guys, I apologize. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go back to it because some people, it takes them a while. The man asked me, what did Ojukwu mean by accommodation rather than absorption? And I said it is the exact same mindset of the average Igbo person when it comes to living in other people's places. They want absorption, they want accommodation rather than absorption. How is that a problem? Is that not the reality? Are you not the same group looking for indigenous status after 10 years? What does that tell you? Accommodate me and then I become one of you, but I will not become one of you by assimilating to your culture. That's what it means. If English is too big, that's why Igbos can't lead anywhere. Okay. That is why you cannot lead anywhere else apart from your place. In case it has to be spelled out to you. You don't have to assimilate in your homeland. It's already your homeland. But you cannot lead in my space because you will not be absorbed into my culture. And that is why you will never lead in Yoruba land. In case you didn't hear the first time, I'm saying it again. Because you have an aversion for assimilation and integration, so you hate absorption, you can never lead Yoruba people. It's simple common sense. Why would you want to lead a people that you don't want to be part of? By the way, what even gives you this where do you even get this audacity that you can lead? If I were to move into Igbo land, for instance, and I choose to only do, this one came. This one is an irritant and a buffoon of a high class. So let me just mute you because I don't have time for your stupidity. If you want to lead a people, but you don't want to be part of them, what does that say about you? It means you're a thief. Because what you really want is to appropriate what they have for your own good. It's about your ego. It's not about the people. And that's another thing. You don't even understand what leadership means. Leadership is not that you have the position. It's that you're actually influencing the people in a way that actually benefits them. But that's not what you really care about. You just want the title. For you, it's titular, like I am the president, I am the governor, I now have Igbo people in this thing, in that place. Why would you want to have that in my place when you don't even care about my people? That's the point. It would be stupid of me, for instance, to go to Enugu, for instance, I want to become a leader in Enugu. I will not learn the Igbo language. I don't care about the Igbo culture. I'll tell them that the most things are according to the Yoruba way of doing things. If I see anybody doing things against, whatever it is that you do in your place, I must speak against it. But I want to be the leader in that space. Maybe you guys allow it where you come from, but that's not how it works in my place. And I think sincerely, I don't even have to explain this deep. I didn't even go deep. I'm trying not to. But the truth is, your culture, according to what this man wrote, this is not today's topic, but we'll be here. According to what this man wrote, is that he said as far as Ahmadu Bello was concerned, he was thinking more about accommodation, more about absorption rather than accommodation. But he would have preferred accommodation to absorption. What does that mean? Again, I think Nigeria, we need to do better with English classes. People don't understand English. Maybe it's English language. Ojukwu literally just said it. He would prefer accommodation to absorption. What does it mean? Maybe we should start, I don't know. It's not today's class. Today, I want to even talk about the good that Ojukwu said. Can you imagine? You guys cannot help yourself. This victim. So what should we say? You should come and rule. You can't even become a counselor. By the way, this same person who's talking to me, and a person cannot become a counselor in Anambra. So what are we talking about? People just come here to be laughing and lying to themselves. And a Ebonyi man can never become a councillor, let alone a chairman or anything in Anambra State. But you hate the idea of absorption. You prefer, what does it mean to absorb? Maybe you should just stay, let me just discuss this for a bit. We won't stay here for long. What does it mean to absorb? So you come into this place, you soak it in, right? Yorubas have a saying, Teweba pela raoshe, oma doshe. So you come in here, you soak it in their culture, you become one of them. What really happens is that those who are always against this concept are those who want the right of those who have absorbed that culture. You get in there, you become one of. If I travel to the east, that's what I would do. Again, it depends on where you're coming from. Whatever they thought you at home is the problem, to be honest. But you will absorb those people's culture. They will look at you and say, this person is one of us. They don't look at you and think that you're an outsider. They make you like one of theirs. Do you understand? So not only do I speak their language, I as far as their land is concerned, I think like them. If there's a way they take care of the elders, I have to do it that way because I'm now part of them. And it's not because I want political office. It's because I'm actually becoming like them. Right? And then once that happens, if, for instance, you ever think of politics, they are not threatened, or they don't think about the fact that, this person doesn't care about us, or this person is going to be... So let me give an example. If, for instance, you run for an office, or let's say you run for office in Yoruba land, and Yoruba people start asking you questions like, they look at the way you move, and they start wondering who you are representing. So there are two different things that are going on. So number one is this. You're either representing your people, or your people. Your people from your own land, from your states, or from your ethnic group, they are your people. But they are not the reason you are here. The reason you are here is this group here. So the question is this group in this land, are they your people? And let me tell you something. For the most part, you know in your heart, these people in Yoruba land are not your people because you don't really care about absorption. Therefore, they know that if you ever have any power, you use it to take care of your own real people. Which is why you can never get political power in Yoruba land. It's just simple. It's not hate, it's self-preservation. You don't care for the people, therefore they cannot vote you to become anything in their land. And by the way, there's no problem if you don't want to become one of them. You don't have to assimilate, you don't have to integrate. You have a right to dislike absorption. But you have no right to demand of the people what belongs to them or what you can get only by absorption. That's the problem. The issue, I think, is that people like to eat their cake and have it. You have a right to say, I don't want to care about Yoruba culture. I don't mind. All this dobale is subservience. All this amala is nonsense. You can insult it. You can say amala is not good. You can say amala doesn't taste nice. You can say we are prostrating to our parents doesn't make sense. Our girls, you can say anything you like. But once you are done talking that nonsense, just know that you will always be otherized in Yoruba land. And if you have two brain cells to work with, you will understand this. May God bless you. All right, now let's get back to what we come and can't do. Somehow we always end up with this thing. And to be honest, I was actually going to talk about the good stuff that Odumegojuku actually said in his book. Meanwhile, this person who is... No, don't let me say it. Do whatever you want to do in Yoruba land, succeed, prosper. But if you hate the Yoruba people, you will never get ahead as far as their politics is concerned. You can make money, but that will be all you make. That is all you will make, money. And money is the least. If you are a developed person, like mentally developed and culturally evolved, money is the least when it comes to influence. It's the least way to gain influence amongst the people. Because that money, if you finish, and if you know how you get the money, Desmond Tochukwu, what did you say? Show me which person take a land by force in Igbo without people buying and selling. That's the point. Again, you're not thinking. You're not thinking. For you, once you buy something, you can be stupid. Purchase does not somehow evaporate your ability to think. What kind of nonsense are you writing here? It's not about whether you got the land by force or you purchased it. It's that there is a way they do their thing in that land. Buy land or not, doesn't. Who are you people? Who raised you? You know, guys, I beg, I don't want to get into, no. Let them go and say the things that will make you guys be crying and be angry with me. I don't want you to be angry with me. It's too early. You buy land, and so what? Because you don't buy land, me say waiting. How do you think this thing? Do you even process it before you type it? I bought land. So now you be the first person go buy land for your family. Say we bought the land. We didn't take it by force. So then you have people who have land, houses, 4 generations in Jos. The lands, the houses, the land that they occupy wasn't given to them free of charge. They bought it. Have you ever heard them have this kind of nonsense issues that you guys carry all over the place? They were put in Kano. They've been there more than 100 years. You know, as we continue this conversation, maybe we'll talk about this indigenous thing. There were Yoruba people in Western frontier, West African frontier, in the 1890s, in the north. The constabulary of the north in the 1920s, they were doing this head count. About 260 to 270 thereabout were Hausa. The next set of numbers was 227 thereabout. They were Yoruba. When the British created what we now call Sabongeri, because Sabongeri was not always in Hausa land, it was the British who came up with the idea. When they created Sabongeri, even the Yoruba and the Hausa were still living within the city walls. They didn't live in Sabongeri for the most part. They mixed. They've been together for hundreds of years. They are still there. They bought lands. They've married each other. You don't hear things like we bought land. You know, when you talk like this, it reveals that you are from a very underdeveloped culture. You bought land. So, you know, when I was growing up, I found a document on the floor somewhere. I found a piece of paper. That piece of paper changed my life. It's from, I think I was going to school, right? I went to day school, but this paper was from a boarding school. I don't know how it got to. I mean, I still remember vividly. This was a long time ago. This was more than 30 years ago. I remember vividly picking it up. I was about to get on the bus, and then I saw that paper. It talks about the things you should do when you buy or sell stuff. That's why I learned that thing. This is maybe 90, it was early 90s. And they wrote there that if you buy something from a person, you should say thank you. At first I was like, wait, I'm using my money to buy. Why do I have to say thank you? It's what you do when you're cultured people. I learned it as a young boy, getting on the bus. I found that piece of paper on the way to school, and I read it, and since then, if I pay for something, I'll still say thank you. Why? You're offering a service. I have that money, but guess what? Without your service, I go chop the money. I buy land. Without service, I go take that money, build house, put cash on top of each other, live inside the money. That person who is selling me that food in that moment deserves to be thanked, because regardless of how much I have in my bank account, I know if you chop them, I have to eat the food. He or she is providing a service that I have to be grateful for, regardless of the fact that I'm paying for it. But if you come from a place where money is the beginning and end of your identity, you think that somehow makes you small. Say I bought land, and so what? Land that can be revoked. You will stay in the court. You will stay. Well, let me not tell you what. See, I'm from a household where Naland Abule Show, right? Naland they sell for my house. One of the things my father used to do, you will stay, you will, I can sorrow. All this I sell land is because people are not ready with you. They've not taught you anything yet. The day they teach you, you will get it. Would it be right to revoke a say? Now you go court, go explain now. Whether it's right or wrong, when you get to the court, you go and explain. There is one that is going to be revoked before the end of this year. If not before the end of this month. I won't give you the details. There is one that will be revoked before the end of this month. Or latest, before the end of this year, to be revoked in grand style. And I'm not going to say anything more on it. We'll just be moving anyhow. Say, I bought the land. And so what? I can't believe I was going to actually. Can you imagine? I woke up to this. I say, okay, I'm going to read these two books before I get into it. So I want to try and explain something from Ojuku's perspective, which was positive. But somebody had to come to make it look like, oh, you hate Igbos. Meanwhile, you see, this mindset that if somebody speaks against a particular person, it means they hate the entire ethnic group. Maybe you don't understand that this thing is actually primitive. I used to say underdeveloped, Abi. Let me start calling it what it really is. It is primitive. And it was said in 1948 when people had problems with Azikiwe. Let me tell you some history from your side. Since you say it's about you, let's do you for a while, then we'll go and do the book. Azikiwe traveled to the UK. He went with some people. One of them, I think H.O. Davis was there. Funmilayo Ransome Kuti was there. And they raised money. £13,000. Went to the UK. By the time they go back, by the way, they failed. It was a failed trip. It was so bad that there was a day of mourning that was declared in the eastern region when they returned to Nigeria. Let me just quickly tell you that. But we'll talk about it in detail some other time. Anyway, they raised £13,000. And when they returned, they asked Azikiwe for accounting. Like, come on, account was waiting up. How we spent the money? What's left? Do you know what Azikiwe said? He said £9,000 was contributed by the Eastern region. Who cares? NCNC is a political party. You have raised £13,000. You've traveled and come back. Now, tell us how you spend the money. The next thing we heard was that it was because it was Igbo. Add that to the Lagos Press War of 1948. By the time you end everything, they made a statement that you are still making today. Anything you say against Azikiwe is against the entire Igbo, which means that you can never, let me know, it's difficult to make progress this way. Like, so if your brother does something wrong, I can't say anything because if I say it, it means I'm attacking Igbo people. Abba, let's grow up. May God bless us. Every ethnic group in Nigeria, may God bless everybody. In Jesus' name, amen. Finally, let me go to the book I want to read. I beg. If you like, absorb. If you like, repel. Whatever you like, do. But just understand the fact that the land also has the right to repel you if you repel the land. It will be like mosquito repellent. Now, I cannot go back to this book now. And that point makes sense. So, Ojukwu said some really interesting things in this book. Although, when he was alive, there's a book. I don't know if you've noticed a particular thing I do. If what I want to say is heavy, I'll look for a book to read so that you know that I'm not the one saying it. And I'm not saying it because I want to insult anybody. The book is not here right now. But I'd love to read to you the stuff between Taisho Larin and when Ojukwu was in Côte d'Ivoire and what Papa actually planned. I'm going to have that session. When we are done with this, I'm going to have a session on the war again. But maybe we'll look at something that happened while Ojukwu was in exile. What if I told you that while Ojukwu was in exile, how was he trying to help him? It says, I've been watching your life for a while now, and even your recorded videos, you hardly see anything nice about the Igbo tribe. That's not my job. I'm not here to say anything nice about anybody. I'm discussing history, not saying nice things. I'm not a nice person. Being nice is not the fruit of the spirit. I try to be good. I can't call myself a good person. That depends on what you say. But I don't care about being nice. If any people tell you are nice, better go and check your head. It means that you have been pandering. Where was I? You say I've not said that. You've not heard me say anything nice about Igbo. That's your own opinion. I've said a lot of nice things about Igbo. And even today that I was just reading Emeka Ojukwu's book, I was already into the nice things. So you came with your, guys, let's just get back into this. All right, the point is, while it was in Cordova, there were plans by the UPN. And the contact person was Tai Sholari. We'll get into the details later. But by the time he returned to Nigeria, guess what Ojukwu did? He went to join NPN. The same northern oligarchy that was the devil, demon, that they used to call them terrible things. I'm not saying northern oligarchy was bad, though. I'm saying that's what they call them. Had terrible words for them. He joined NPN. His main job is to distract me. Meanwhile, I thought I saw you last week, but I'm not sure you heard it. Kole Osho Olariwaju, thank you very much for that stuff. I think I talked about it on Thursday, but I'm not sure you were here. But thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, so that happened. What I wanted to talk really about was, I was trying to hone in on what Ojukwu was saying about Awo and how he talked about the fact that he wasn't able to lead Nigeria. Well, I've also said this thing where I'm going to get myself back with what I'm about to say, because our guys, let me say the way I want to say it. 1 second, please. This guy said he has not heard me say. So all the time I was talking about what governor of Enugu did earlier today, when I was talking about how he gave this guy 1 million naira. That's not good about Igbo. When I talked about when I talked about the Igbo boys who are building drones in Abuja, that's not good. When I talk about the bus system, when I talk about all the things that Peter Mba is doing, I talk about what OT is doing, even though I don't like the fact that they were celebrating Julius Berger. When I was talking about those things, you didn't, that was not good. No, I should go to the past and go and change history to make you feel good, Abi. The best I can do is to look around and say, okay, what is happening right now that actually works? And I do it almost every day. Do you know that, guys? Let me tell you something. I intentionally look for good news from the East. If I show you my DMs, I don't know, some people are also bad people. They'll be sending me bad news. I just don't read it. They send me videos and reports. There are some I will still talk about, but for the most part, I just feel like, so I can balance it, let me look for good news. But see, in your past, if you don't understand Nigeria's political history, your leaders did us terribly. Terribly. Sholani, are you talking to me? Please feel free to let me know. Your leaders did terribly. And I'm not saying it's your fault, but don't tell me to rewrite the past to make you feel comfortable. That's not my business. That's the business of your leaders who did nonsense in the past. So go back if you can invent time machine, get in there, go back in time, and then inform them that they should do better. And then, so if you can do that, then I will have, so that I can't have good news. Sorry, not news. I can't have good history to share. But if you're really looking for people to make you happy, sincerely, that's not what history does. And see, you know the funny thing, and this is, I know I'm spending some time talking about this. I'll get back into the topic. I am glad that elders, I said earlier that whatever you are doing, try and get a mentor or just pray to God that He should send one your way. So that they can also guide you, because nobody know I'm finished. Everybody has blind sides, but they can also guide you. So when elders talk to me and say, and the things that are telling me that I'm doing well is the one certain people on social media are saying I'm not doing well, you think I'm going to take your own word? Like, you don't count. If you read half of these books, you will curse your elders. You will curse them. And somebody said something to me over the weekend while I was with my mentor. One of major guy, he said, I don't have your temperament. I cannot do it the way you are doing it, because there's no way. See, I wish I could show you some books here or the library. If you read some of these things, you go self. If not for God, see, that's why I thank God I'm a Christian. It's because Christianity will soften some things so that you don't. Because if you react to the information where you get, you go to curse people. All the people where they do social media, they insult Igbo. They never read this thing, no. For the most part, and I know some of them are very informed, but for the most part, they don't use book. They fight though. Now, waiting they happen right. No. Then they fight, vex over. Yesterday there was this elderly person, an older person, has this fantastic, thing going for him. I went visiting with I'll call him Baba, and we were talking history, and it was like, this man is in his 60s. So we were talking about Nigerian history. My mentor was there. He's elderly. So I was saying stuff about Nigeria. It was like, wait, though, what you are saying happened in the 40s is what is happening now. I said, yes, sir. In other words, even if we take carry eye come out from the news, how we go carry eye come? Even if we take carry eye come out for history, how we go take carry eye from the news? The history and the news are aligning, and you're telling people to make you happy. That's not my job. Do better. The best thing you can do is to make sure that you have a good history. The next best thing you can do is to make sure you have a better future. And all of that depends on what you are doing right now. And that is not my responsibility. May God bless you. May God keep you. May He give you wisdom and give all of us wisdom so that can be the better Nigeria. And stop asking people to tell you good things about yourself. Look for a comedian. I'm not one. God bless you. Good afternoon, Mr. Abito. Good to see you, sir. God bless you too. Igbos will be fine in time. Was it last week I spent time actually talking about the resources in Igbo land and my desire for resource control so they can use it to build Igbo land? If you really think when I'm doing this, because if you think I'm doing this because I hate Igbos, like, I don't have time to be hating people. And then Igbos, why would I even hate? Okay, on what basis? Number one, on what basis? Number two, to what end? On what basis? Waiting day will go make me hate. Day. To what end? If I can't hate, what I won't gain from them. It's history. And we try not to weaponize it. We try, but we can't act like we are blind. Especially when you are repeating what your elders did. But we try to soften and to make sure that the impact is not. I try, but if I'm not trying enough, please pray for me. I'll do better. If you think I'm not trying enough, pray for me. But I can assure you, and I'm not saying this because this is not pride or anything. If you read some of these books, wallahi, you will go extreme. And that's why when some people tell you that there's no way you are reading this thing and you are saying the way you are saying it, if I know this thing, I will be like this, I'll be like that. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm trying. Even me, I will praise myself. I did try. But if you guys want the one, we go be fire for fire. Well, it's not. Are you not the same group that produced Nnamdi Kanu and Samanepa? Very ignorant people who were insulting everybody. Ignorant, very loud. Very loud, insulting everybody. I saw some people sent me some videos over the weekend. Someone sent me one yesterday, how they were saying they're going to go to Yoruba churches and do this and do that. When did that start? It started with Nnamdi Kanu. Not once did your leaders call him to order. Not once. After they catch him, you can't tell everybody, say, please now, release that, release that, release that. You did not say anything. Ignorance, so like you have ignorance on steroids, but you guys had no problems with it. You have somebody where nobody say we know everything like that. Now just need to where we know. We they try make we know, we they share down small. They get problem. Now you get problem. Somebody says use Kilo Mbo. It says use your platform to also seek for original solution. What do you think I'm doing right now? What do you think I've been doing all this while? You guys think to fight for regionalism means you'll be coming every day and say, regionalism. That's not how to do it. Any concept that is not properly taught or properly understood is just propaganda. That's why most of what you guys clamor for and shout about, if I tell you, explain it to me, you cannot. Why? It's propaganda. You just took it from Nnamdi Kanu and you are sharing it with the world. You don't understand what you're saying. Why are we going through all these things, different books? We're trying to teach a concept. By the time we are done, everybody knows exactly what we're talking about. That's the idea, not to be shouting regionalism. That's not how you get people to understand what you're saying. My brother, I don't teach, don't tell. So, go the airport, Sha. But please, all this the way they tell me, now your people always tell you. Someone do videos, say they want buy Yoruba people. And I want to say they will go Igbo land, they shut down Yoruba churches. And then the ones who are educated are trying to use the law to become indigenous of our land. Actually, I'm not angry, to be honest. We're just talking. All right, that's enough. That's a lot of time, Gonsef. That's enough. Let's get to today's topic, oh boy. I think what you guys really want is for people to stop talking. You want people to stop talking. But no. You can stop talking, and then you can have more problems in your region. And that's why you're having problems. You don't talk. You don't stop people who have terrible rhetorics, and so they can cause mayhem. But as soon as somebody comes up to say, guys, let me even ask you guys. Let me ask. No, sorry. May not be like I say I just deceive myself. Let me ask right now. Do you think the things we are sharing here are extreme? Or do you think they have extremist tone? Before I continue, what will they share? The thing we talk here, you get the extremism inside. Say you want to kill people, you want to destroy people, you want to chase people come out, you want to scatter everybody, you want to destroy them, you don't want them for your land. What will they talk here? You get extremist tone. I just know. Maybe say I deceive myself. No, not at all. Okay. So that means I'm not deceiving myself. These clowns are looking for a while to shut somebody and tell them not to talk again. Thank you very much. Thank you. The truth just hurts. Only with people with agenda. Okay. You also go buy the books, which is good also. Giddy boy, have you bought any? Giddy boy, let me tell you something. I have more Igbo books than you, and you're Igbo. I'm not saying you read. I mean, people read newspapers. People also read the receipt. You see, telling me that you read it doesn't mean anything. I read more Igbo books than you have. I have more Igbo books than you have read. The ones that are here alone, they are more than what you have read. If I enter inside, Niduro. A lot of people have said that. More people have said, but to be honest, this is. We are trying. I should recommend more. You could recommend more. Ah, God. I think Romero, Nigeria. Come on, Shano. Where was I? Let's get back to this book. I beg. What I've done is enough. We Igbos are coming for you, Prof. If we catch you, we go hand you over to our leader. The one in prison. You can't even catch me. I see what you are doing, Omoba. Nah, you can't. Nobody can. Talole Mategun. On le moyi. You know for Balara oyi. Nobody le Mategun or the ram. Toma ma lónìí ọ̀la tó máa mú ọ̀la kí n tán ọ̀la tó máa dọ̀la bá tún dọ̀la tó máa dọ̀la. You don't give recommendations. Oh boy. Somebody says here, I hope we're going to get this topic. Somebody says here, truth be told, as Esau sold his birthright for a... This is on YouTube, oh, I'm reading, oh. Somebody says, as Esau sold his birthright for a plate of soup, Zik sold his people's birthright at independence due to foolish greed. Holo pleaded with Azikiwe to be PM while I will be finance minister. I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that in this conversation. Right now, we're in the 1940s. We're about to enter 1950. What you're discussing is very true, happened in 1959. So we're going to go through the timeline. Once we get to that 59, we'll go deep into it. And I'm going to bring out a book by Dele Ogun, The Fatherless People. Then I'm going to play again a recording I played before here of Ara Smith, the colonial officer that got to Nigeria in 1955, I think. I'll play that. You guys have no idea what your leaders have done to us and to you. What they did was they did a terrible job. You're just building on it. You don't even know which thing they do. Somebody thought, go say me, I could recommend book. As they call them, they read them. Let me start the book. Go and read our autobiography of Chibabafme Awolowo. Giddy boy. I'm hoping you will speak with less hate in your tone. If this is hate, then you are not my audience. If what you are hearing right now is hate, you are not my audience. And let me tell you, this tone is not changing. The only thing you can do for yourself is make sure the door doesn't hit you on your way out. But that's the best I can do. I mean, like, I'm going to get better. Nobody is perfect. But if you're going to be tone policing me, then you're not my target audience. But thank you for being here. Where was I? I was saying, please, guys, in comment section, stay with me. Let's stop all this basbos. Oh, the comment's not for me. Oh, okay. Leave the comments. Just focus on wait and they talk. And if you have questions, please ask. But let it be based on what they talk. Let's go on. I beg. Excuse me. I'll read again what Ojukwu said about Awo. So for those who are asking me to book, this book is called Because I Am Involved. It's by Emeka Odumego Ojukwu. It's a good book. I'm reluctant to say good because the only reason I would buy, the reason I would buy this book, the main reason would be that I'm expecting him to talk about what made him famous or infamous, depending on who you're talking to, which would be the Biafran War. But Ojukwu published this book in 1989, and it did not even really go into the Biafran War. So I'm wondering, so what are we here for? That's why I don't really like how he wrote it. But that's not to say that there's nothing good about it. There are definitely good things, in the book. And I've quoted a lot of Igbo books here, by the way. I've quoted Professor Nken and Zimiro. I've quoted Okudiba Noli. I've even quoted Joe Igbokwe, although people don't like him when I say it, but I don't know why they don't like him. So I don't mind quoting or reading Igbo books for that matter. I think you want to read from as many people as possible to have a better understanding. But then I'm able to also notice a pattern. And it's about every single book from the East that you see the pattern, including the ones by Chimamanda. There is a pattern. And that's why I always say to people that this issue is not an individual, a personal issue. It's a cultural issue. And if you're an Igbo person, and I've met Igbo people who also understand this thing, by the way. and they agree with me, but for the most part, they have studied. Talking about damage, considering when last we had an Igbo leader, it's enough time to redress. I'm not sure you understand the idea of leadership. It's not about when last we had one, it's about what they did when they were there. The structure we are grappling with right now was what we got from 1966. Should we have changed it? Absolutely. Should we just be like he did not do it? Absolutely not either. It's easier to destroy than to build. That's why when everything was tabula rasa, when Nigeria was tabula rasa, we're just trying to build something, folks should have listened to the person who actually had something in his brain. And that's this. Guys, you know what? Let's just get into this, because I'm talking. Introduction don't take too long past the book. More will leave introduction alone. More they talk the things small. As we talk the things small, if you know vex about Nigeria's history, me say you are a shadow of devil. You are a devil picking. You go see what's happen. No. So all these things say, why not just move forward? Just move on. We must move on, but we have to know where you think they were. You bá sọ pé amúkun ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀wọ́. Olókèlè ń wọ ẹ̀wọ̀ sàlẹ̀. Ìsàlẹ̀ ló ti wọ́ wá. How we go fix waiting day up if we don't know how the thing starts from down? In order to fix this thing that is, you don't see structure at the top, but you understand the fact that this building is not standing properly. It has something to do with the foundation. So this conversation is not really about hate for any group. Again, I don't do that. I think it's a waste of time and waste of energy, and I don't have that much time. All of us have 24 hours. If there was a way, we won't have more. So we don't have enough time in our lives, let alone now use the one way we have. They hate people. So back to Ojukwu. Ojukwu said in this book that Awo was a leader of the modern caste. He said Igbo people consider him an adversary, but he was actually a leader of the modern caste. He had left Nigeria. He has left Nigeria. I'm going to take it again slowly. As a leader of the modern caste, he has left Nigeria's standards, which are indelible, standards besides which future aspirants to public leadership can be eternally measured. He was firm, articulate, painstaking, and uncompromising. He was for a long time the only Nigerian leader who enunciated principles and played down personalities. Now, I don't agree with Ojukwu on many things. For instance, his Boston interview of 2001, I didn't agree. I don't agree with Ojukwu. But on this one, I do. Why? Because a broken clock is right twice a day. Just because it's broken doesn't mean it can never be right. And why do I say that? Because there's proof that what he's saying here makes sense, and it's true. Welcome, Empress. What he's saying here makes sense. He says he is the only Nigerian leader who enunciated principles and played down personalities. He was a brilliant political administrator and a most erudite teacher. Let me pause by saying this. My library is full of Awo's books. And the thing you notice is that there is congruence, there is research, there is intentionality behind every word. He's not trying to just talk. He's intentional about what he's saying, and he's trying to get you to come on board, right? Once you're convinced of the veracity of his claims he's making, he wants you to be convinced, and then you come on board. So if you read his book, like you read Part of Nigerian Freedom, or you read Thoughts on Nigerian Constitution, or you read Traverse of Democracy, Adventures in Power, when you read all these things, you become convinced, not only of his brilliance, but of the facts he's making. Unless you are now the victim of Anjuwon, if you have Ilara, that's your problem. But on his own, Baba great. And that's why I call him, the most important personality when you talk about Nigerian politics, or even African politics for that matter, as far as philosophy is concerned and ideology. Nobody comes close. Why am I talking like this? Let's get into this topic for today. So we spent the last hour or so responding to questions. So I'm going to read now Awo's autobiography. The book is called Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. I have to read this, even though I read it before, but it's important to read it. It's going to take me back a bit, but I think it's going to connect me with what we're about to discuss. In 1945, an Igbo leader and a member of the Nigerian legislature, I'll take it slowly. In 1945, an Igbo leader and a member of the Nigerian Legislative Council had declared the domination of Nigeria by the Igbos is a question of time. Now, I put a video out on this particular point some time ago, and someone said it's a lie. The document that the Igbo State Union produced in 1964, they refer to this statement that was made in 1945. Forget all the other books. I can give you like at least 5 where that statement was quoted, whether it was in Alabi Sama or it was in, even Obasanjo even alluded to it in My Command, or it's in Anthony Naoro, or it's in this book, our autobiography, or it's in Kolemoto Shaw's Just Before Dawn. Those are 5 already. The Igbo leaders themselves acknowledged it to be true that it was said. So nobody's lying here. It was clear from these statements and from the general political and journalistic maneuvers of Dr. Azikiwe over the years that his great objective, and this is why I'm trying to compare this with what Ojukwu said about Azikiwe. Then I'll say something that will go on. It says it was clear from these statements, that's the one by Azikiwe, for instance, in 1949, that the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa, or from 1945 speech of Charles Onyema that says, when he said the Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a matter of time, Papa is saying here that it was clear from these statements and the others we've read in the other classes. It was clear from these statements and from the general political and journalistic maneuvers of Dr. Azikiwe over the years that his great objective was to set himself up as a dictator over Nigeria and to make the Igbo nation the master race. It would appear, according to his reckoning, that the only obstacle in the path of his ambition was the Yoruba intelligentsia, and these must be removed at all cost. A situation in which one ethnic group would dominate the others does not accord with my conception of a united and happy Nigeria. I am implacably opposed to dictatorship, as well as the doctrine of Ehrenfolk, whether it was Hitler's or Dr. Azikiwe's. I'll say something here before we continue. I think, you know that saying in church, but you are to say Bello Benisin, Benishimari, Army. I think that's what Nigeria history is. Unless, what was that stuff? Is it Newton's law of motion? What is that Newton's law of motion? Anybody? You go on a straight line until there's a Pamilorisha. Mombo. Sorry. Nobody studied physics here. Any scientist? Okay. An object will remain at rest or continue to move in a straight line at constant speed unless acted upon by an external force. That's the first law of motion. Sorry, that's the first law of inertia. Thank you, inertia. Unless there's an external force that will come against this particular object that has been going on this straight line of ignominy, I think we may still be having problems the next few generations. Because, Olori, you are going deep with thermodynamics. Just remember that I'm not a physicist, but thank you. Now, what I'm saying is, there is a particular trajectory that certain rhetorics have gone on for many years, and unless something external happens, I don't think it changes. And something external happened in the North. Something external happened in the North in the 60s. I pray that the only external thing we're going to have to do in the West will be to set the record straight, and hopefully that will help us to change the narrative. I say that to say this. The outlook that Azikiwe had still persists today. And to be clear, Awolowo's attitude also persists today. I'm not saying it's only one. Awolowo, I'm like this because of Awo. Apart from, aside other things. I'm like this because I'm Yoruba. I'm like this because I'm a Christian. I'm like this because I'm this. I'm from Ife. But I'm also like this because of Awo. What a lot of people from the East don't want to acknowledge is the fact that, for the most part, you are the way you are because of Zik. For Zik, everything was competition. So the idea of collaboration doesn't even exist. It has to be competition against everybody, right? And if you have a superiority mindset, as a matter of fact, superiority mindset, as far as I am concerned, is actually inferiority mindset. If you're always thinking you're superior to other people, you're actually inferior to them. You're just making yourself happy. But if you have superiority mindset, there's no way you're going to be able to work with other people. That's why what Kubo mentioned on YouTube. By the way, thank you, Kubo, for what Kubo mentioned on YouTube earlier about what happened in 1959. That's the reason it happened. He's not going to ever want to work with people. It's not possible. Somebody say, is it Igbo culture or Zik? I think it's the latter. User, I just finished addressing something right now, so let me go through another route. And then someone comes there and says Zik is rich, so Igbos are. Ah, Jesus. Hey Joe, who let the dogs out? Moderators, please help me in the comment section. Some people are so poor, the only thing they have is money. We're talking serious stuff. We're saying Zik is rich, so Igbos are. What's my business? If you are rich, does that affect me or my family? Am I collecting your money? Yes, the idea basically is that of competition. And from what you've noticed, whenever the Yorubas were doing something, Zik would be against it, but it will not be against the North. Why? Because, you see, if you read the book by Ahmadu Bello, the book is called My Life. That's his biography, autobiography. That book, I want to recommend it. I think it's fantastic. He said something in that book that the Southerners, that we usually look down on them, but that they have a way of using that to their advantage. So you see, because educationally in Nigeria, the Yorubas have always been at the top, right? They got exposed to Western education before other groups, and regardless of what Achebe said in those books that he wrote, again, he wrote 2 books where he just essentially lied. The first one is called The Trouble with Nigeria. The second one is There Was a Country. Those 2 books were saying that in one burst of energy, they overtook Yoruba people in a lie. Again, it's that superiority thing where you have to compete. But the point is, historically and even to today, certain people have that advantage. Now, the Igbos also, of course, got educated pretty fast, right? Regardless of the fact that I didn't get to them early enough, they took advantage of it and they went for it, which is a good thing. But you see, because they now had it, they wanted to be able to. So when they see another group that had it, as far as they're concerned, they are competing with them. And that's what Papa said here, that his job was to make his people the best in Nigeria. Not the best in terms of best in schooling or economy. No, best in identity, in terms of superiority of their race. Whenever you hear a person coming like this and say somebody is rich, somebody is not going to come, what they are doing is that same mindset, is Zik's mindset. But to be honest, it's actually from his own, is from his ethnic group. Is I better pass my neighbor mentality. But I'm trying to stay with Zik for now, right? What you then notice is the only group that can essentially stop Zik from accomplishing that feat of, number one, being the Oga of everybody in Nigeria, which is succeeded to a particular extent until we push back, and also ensuring that his own ethnic group is elevated above other ethnic groups. The only group that was in his way was Yoruba. And that's the reason Zik was against Egbe Moduduwa in 1948. And that's the reason the other young men in London was against Egbe Moduduwa in 1943. And what they had in common was their own ethnicity and their view of what Nigeria should look like. Let's continue. In the same year, 1945, as the Ẹgbẹ́ was founded in London, a white paper entitled Proposals for the Revision of the Constitution of Nigeria was published simultaneously in Nigeria and London. The objects of the proposed constitution as contained in the white paper were, now this is long, but please stay with me. Number one, to promote the unity of Nigeria, to provide, this is from the Ẹgbẹ́ Moduduwa, to promote the unity of Nigeria, to provide adequately within that unity for the diverse elements which make up the country, and to secure greater participation by Africans in the discussion of their own affairs. The governor of Nigeria at the time this constitution was introduced was Sir Arthur Richards, now Lord Milverton, and the constitution is popularly known as the Apologize, sorry. I just hit the cable. Sorry about that. I'm going to come back to Ojukwu later. All right, it says here, I'll just take it from the beginning so we can have congruence. In the same year, 1945, as the Ẹgbẹ́ was founded in London, a white paper entitled Proposals for the Revision of the Constitution of Nigeria was published simultaneously in Nigeria and London. The object, when you hear the word object, Old English is objectives, right? The objectives of the proposed constitution was contained in the white paper were to promote the unity of Nigeria, to provide adequately within that unity for the diverse elements which make up the country, and to secure greater participation by Africans in the discussion of their own affairs. The governor of Nigeria at the time this constitution was introduced was Sir Arthur Richards, now Lord Milverton, and the constitution is popularly known as the Richards Constitution. I welcome the constitutional proposals in principle, but criticize some of its detailed features. I wrote a long open letter to Sir Arthur Richards, which was published in about 10 articles in the Daily Service. I followed this up in my book, Path to Nigerian Freedom, which I wrote in the same year, 1945, but which was published in 1947. The only chapter which is relevant to the topic with which I am now dealing is the one headed Towards Federal Union. The following passages from this chapter are of interest, because in broad terms, they correctly represent my stand then and now on this very important issue. Here I take a pause again. One of the reasons I tell us that, and I believe and I say it, that when it comes to federalism and how Nigerian Constitution or Nigerian Federation should work, you should listen to Awo, is because his stance was well thought out and it was consistent. There were others, but they vacillated. So one day they were here, the other day they are gone to the other. They work on lobby, on bond, on should be. They were not stable. It was Jacob who called somebody unstable as waters, or as they read. Then he said the person will not something. But the point is that this book that he's referring to, we've read parts of it before. Again, let me just recommend the book if you are interested in understanding what Nigeria history is like from the federalist perspective. Please read the book, Path to Nigerian Freedom. If you need the book again, by the way, let me also use this opportunity to advertise Redomi Books on Telegram. You find the book there. But this is not even about buying it on Redomi Books. It's about the fact that that book is a book that everybody should have. Published in 1947, Papa's first book. And to think that he wrote the book in 45 and he's writing this one in 1960, and his thoughts are the same 15 years later. Of course, you make things better, it's better enunciated and stuff, but the core of what he's saying is consistent. I think makes him somebody to listen to. Let's go on. Since the amalgamation of northern and southern protectorates of Nigeria, all the efforts of the British government have been devoted to developing the country into a unitary state. This is patently impossible, and it is astonishing that a nation with wide political experience like Great Britain fell into such a palpable error. By the way, let me also quickly, I'm sorry, it will help us. The foreword of that book, Path to Nigerian Freedom, was written by Marjorie Parham, the woman I quoted last week. In that foreword, she sent a message, she wrote there that she had sent a message to Awo that he should rewrite some portions of the book. And Awo said no. And then she then went ahead to say that some of the things that he's saying may rob you of the wrong way as a British, but you have to see things from his own perspective. I'm saying that because some of the things that he used in that book were heavy, but he refused to change the tone. The tone was not even adversarial, to be honest, but, you know, we don't pander here. So he says, since the amalgamation of northern and southern protectorates of Nigeria, all the efforts of the British government have been devoted to developing the country into a unitary state. This is patently impossible, and it is astonishing that a nation with wide political experience like Great Britain fell into such a palpable error. In the white paper to which we have already referred, some attempt is being made to rectify this original mistake, but it is only a partial attempt, and in many respects falls short of effectively checking the retarding influences of the existing unitary constitution. The division into 3 regions was arbitrary and made only for administrative convenience. The proposed constitution maintains the present division. It goes further to devolve autonomous legislative and administrative functions on each region, and thus to strengthen the existing decentralization. I'll go explain all this to Renchi. I'll explain. There are a few sentences in the white paper which indicate rather vaguely that the British government now recognizes the federal character of Nigeria, but nothing is done beyond this paper recognition. If the idea of a federal constitution for Nigeria is accepted, and if it is sincerely desired by the British government to create a system within which the diverse elements may progress at varying speeds, amicably and smoothly, towards a more closely integrated economic, social, and political unity, without sacrificing the principles and ideals inherent in the divergent ways of life, then the present administrative boundaries within the country must be redrawn. The present 3 regions were constituted without regard to ethnological factors. The Yorubas of Ilorin, Ofa, and Kaba are included with the Hausas in the northern region. Igbos who properly belong to the eastern region are grouped with the Yorubas in the west. There is no justification whatsoever for this arbitrary grouping. Certainly, these minority groups are at a considerable disadvantage when they are forced to be in the midst of other peoples who differ from them in language, culture, and historical background. Please, let's like the live on TikTok. But readjustment of the boundaries of the 3 administrative regions will not solve all the problems. In that event, the western region would be the only area inhabited by people who all belong to the same ethnical stock and speak the same language. In the eastern region, there are 3 main national groups, namely the Igbos, Ibibios, and Ijos. Again, when you hear 3 main national groups, remember the words 3 main, not only, all right? The main ones. There are many ethnicities, but the main ones at the time. Again, nomenclature also changes. So Ibibio Efik will be grouped into one category, so to speak. I just have to, make that clear. All right, so it says in the eastern region, there are 3 main national groups, namely the Igbos, Ibibios, and Ijos. And in the north, there are 5. The Hausas, Fulanis, who form the ruling class. So Hausa is separate, Fulani, who form the ruling class, Kanuris, Munshis, and Nupes. There are a number of other national groups which are not recorded separately in the 1931 census. Under a true federal constitution, each group, however small, is entitled to the same treatment as any other group, however large. In other words, there is no minority. Our idea of federalism is the one that does not disrespect a group because they are small. You don't go everywhere shouting, I'm one of the major 3, therefore you must listen to me. If that's the basis for listening to me as a Yoruba man, then don't listen to me. Size doesn't mean a lot when it comes to policies, especially when other people also want to be able to also air their views, because they are also stakeholders in the Nigerian project. Under a true federal constitution, each group, however small, is entitled to the same treatment as any other group, however large. Opportunity must be afforded to each to evolve its own peculiar political institution. Each group must be autonomous in regard to its internal affairs. Each must have its own regional House of Assembly. Just now, however, it will be difficult to provide enough administrative staffs to handle the affairs of well over 10 houses of assembly throughout the country. Even if such staffs were available, the revenue of the country is unable to bear the expense. For the present, it is enough if it is borne in mind that this is our ultimate goal, and if we begin forthwith to take steps which would ensure the speedy attainment of this end, we need our see, Baba is answering your question. I know you're asking certain questions, but I'm about to answer it from his own book. We need not be alarmed at the number of autonomous states which will thus emerge. The population of Switzerland is about 4 million. This was in 1947. Well, 45, but it was published 47. The population of Switzerland is about 4 million, just about 1/6 of that of Nigeria. This country consists of 4 racial groups. These are divided into 22 cantons, each of which has its own parliament and government. The Romans who formed the 4th racial group are only 44,000 in number. In other words, you have a country where you have 4 ethnic groups, and the 4th one only has 44,000 people, but it's also represented in parliament as a people. So essentially what we're talking about is, you don't just look at Yoruba people as, you have Yoruba people in the southwest, they're also in north central, they're also Yoruba people in south. No, you have Yoruba people as a state. Why am I hammering on this? I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. There's a resurgence, so to speak, of a desire for federalism, particularly regionalism. And people are talking about, let's go back to regional system. But when they say it, what are they really talking about? When they say, they talk about what happened, what we had in the First Republic or just before independence. But Papa, who was in that moment, again, I said something about history. A lot of times, people long for the past. But the crazy part is that nostalgia is actually for a past that never existed. In other words, the people who existed in that past, those who existed in the past, it's important to listen to them and ask them, this past that we are coming back to, was it perfect? If it wasn't perfect, what were you trying to do to make it better? And then what did you actually long for? In their own day, what he wanted or what they were pushing at the time was something similar to what the Indians were talking about at the time. When you have states based on ethnicity and linguistics, not just based on geography by saying western region, southern region, northern region, eastern region, it's not about geography, it's about ethnicity and identity. So what they are saying here is this: in Switzerland, those 4 groups are different ethnicities, but those 4 groups are then divided into cantons. But even the smallest of them, that had 44,000 in number, has as much enu in parliament as the ones that were big. They too have regional autonomy with a parliament and government. That's talking about the small group that has 44,000 people. They have a regional autonomy with a parliament and government of their own. Canada, with a population of about half of that of Nigeria, has 9 provinces, each of which has its own legislature. According to this and other well-known and well-tried constitutional precedents, even as many as 30 to 40 regional houses of assembly would not be too many in the future United States of Nigeria. When he wrote this in 1947, what do you think people will be saying? Nonsense. How many states, how many houses of assembly do we have right now in Nigeria? We have 36. The problem he identified in 1945 is still here with us in 2025. In other words, when he talked about having, as we grew, like as we progressed, we would have more states as of assembly. But the definition of state for him was ethnic state, ethno-linguistic state. So with all this clamor for regionalism that we're doing right now, it's not regionalism just based on, I mean, it's different, of course, for the minority groups in, let's say, the South or the Middle Belt. But those ones are also accounted for. But I'm just trying to even get it into us that the idea of state creation is not a thing where, especially in the North, where some states could have as much as 30, 40 ethnic groups or tribes. The way we have structured Nigeria, when we say 40 to 30 to 40 in 1945, it's too many. That's too many. Well, we have 36 now, but we still have the same problem. Should we not begin to ask ourselves, maybe we should go back to this? Let's continue. I'm trying to not spend too much time explaining because we spent a lot of time explaining on, the other matter earlier. So let's continue. But if we have to explain anything, we will. We'll discuss it even further later. In 1947, Sir John Macpherson succeeded Lord Milverton as the governor of Nigeria. Let me pause for a second. Who is Lord Milverton? Let's do some government class. Actually, I want to be sure that we actually heard what I read earlier. Who was Lord Milverton? Anybody can help us. Let me help you. He has the title Sir. Lord Milverton. We've mentioned the name a number of times. We're in class now, have you? It's not Macpherson, though. Well, thank you for trying. Thank you for trying. Castrox is correct. That's Arthur Richards. Sir Arthur Richards became Lord Milverton. Professor Lawale Otojometa, good to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, so Sir Arthur Richards was the governor and was the Governor General of Nigeria before Sir John Macpherson. Let's get back into this. In 1947, Sir John Macpherson succeeded Lord Milverton as the governor of Nigeria. Barely 2 years after his assumption of office, Sir John Macpherson decided that the Richards Constitution should be reviewed. Sir John's chief secretary was Sir Hugh Foote, the present governor of Cyprus in 1960. Strangely enough, Sir Hugh Foote was an official very much after my heart. He was very honest, an affable person, an exceptionally able and brilliant administrator, and a powerful and almost irresistible orator, whom I once described in a newspaper article as a verbal sorcerer. For the review of the Richards Constitution, Sir Hugh framed a series of questions, the first two of which are: number one, do we wish to see a fully centralized system with all legislative and executive power concentrated at the center, or do we wish to develop a federal system under which each different region of the country would exercise a measure of internal autonomy? Number two, if we favor a federal system, should we retain the existing regions with some modification of existing regional boundaries, or should we form regions on some new basis, such as, such as the many linguistic groups which exist in Nigeria? Who was writing here? Hugh Foote. Who is he writing for? The British colonial government. I'm going to read that again because it's important. Sir Hugh Foote framed a series of questions. The first two questions, they're trying to review the Richards Constitution, which we were using by this time in 1947. Again, in case you're not here, Nigeria, north, south, right? Up until 1914, right? Lugard came in around 1900, which was actually the official existence of Nigeria as a colony as a protectorate of Britain. I'm going somewhere with this. 1914 amalgamation happened. 1939, the South was divided into two, the East and the West. 1947, they're now talking about reviewing the Richards Constitution. And they asked two important questions. And I think these are questions that we should be asking ourselves today. Number one, do we wish to see a fully centralized system with all legislative and executive power concentrated at the center? Or do we wish to develop a federal system under which each different region of the country would exercise a measure of internal autonomy? So like what happened in the First Republic. Number two, if we favor a federal system and not a unitary system, should we retain the existing regions with some modification of existing regional boundaries, or should we form regions on some new basis, such as the many linguistic groups which exist in Nigeria? These and other questions were to be answered by the people at various levels: local government, then native authority level, provincial level, regional level, and all Nigeria level. Interested bodies were free to submit memoranda to the government. Apart from having a number of private meetings with Sir Hugh, then Mr. Foote, in Ibadan and Lagos, I was able to project my views through the Ijebu-Remo Native Authority, the Ijebu Provincial Conference, and the Nigerian Youth Movement, and the Egbe Modudua. I was the chairman of the committee which the NYM set up to draw up a memorandum, and I was ex-officio secretary of the Ẹgbẹ́ Moduduwa's committee for the same purpose. In a foreword to the memorandum submitted by the Ẹgbẹ́ Moduduwa, I wrote as follows. Please, guys, this may sound a bit boring, but trust me, this is where the answer to Nigeria problem is. So we're all working together now, eh? Please stay with me. Thank you. So it says here, in a foreword to the memorandum submitted by the Ẹgbẹ́ Moduduwa, I, that's Papa Chief Awolowo, wrote as follows. We advocate the grouping of Nigeria into various autonomous states or regions purely on ethnical basis. Experience of other countries show that this basis is more natural and invariably more satisfactory than any other basis. For this reason, we urge that the Yoruba-speaking people in the northern region and the Igbo-speaking people in the western region should be grouped respectively with the western and eastern regions. Where necessary, a plebiscite may be conducted to ascertain the wishes of the people concerned. I hasten to add, however, that we advocate ethnical grouping only as the ultimate objective. We realize that if this basis is strictly adhered to at present throughout the country, some states would emerge which will be totally incapable of finding money to run their own affairs. We consider it desirable, therefore, that for the time being, such ethnical groups as are unable financially to maintain their own separate states should be amalgamated with other larger and neighboring groups until they are able to maintain their own separate autonomous states. I'll explain. Such smaller ethnic groups should be free to decide with which larger groups they are willing to be temporarily amalgamated. Let me explain that. This is the one from Ẹgbẹ́ Moduduwa. There's another one from NYM. So let me explain what he wrote from Ẹgbẹ́ Moduduwa. That since we want to create new states in 1947 and we're trying to work on the constitution, the proposal from the Ẹgbẹ́ Moduduwa was that there will be states as many as there are linguistic groups. In other words, the Yoruba people will not be broken into different spaces. So you have Yoruba people in Western, again, at this point in 47, we had 3 regions, North, East, and West. Yoruba people were the majority in the West, but the minority in the North. And so what they said was, listen, let's have the Yorubas in the North grouped with the Yorubas in the West. Excuse me. And then that's a Yoruba state. There were Igbos in the West. There were Igbos in the Western region at the time. Why not group them with the Igbos in the Eastern region? And then you have the same state. And then you have asked the question, which people have asked me. So what happens to the minority groups, the smaller groups? Now, the primary reason is this. Number one, you must first admit that they should be allowed or that they are capable of leading themselves. That's the first thing everybody has to admit before you even discuss it further. In other words, size is not a determinant of the capacity to lead. They can lead themselves. So what should now happen now that we know that they can lead themselves? Can they go ahead and have a state? That is when the question of viability then comes in. Would they be able to take care of themselves? Do they have the resources to do that? And if that resource is lacking, and we have 3 regions, now the big ones, the Hausas, the Kanuris, the Igbos, the Yorubas, we cannot talk to the smaller ones. You choose with whom you are going to be amalgamated, because listen, they were all amalgamated anyway. There were minorities who were amalgamated with the North. There were minorities who were amalgamated with the East. At that time, they were already trying to get out of the East. 1947. The reasons we're going to get into it this week, I believe. Minorities were in the Western region as well. Some of them also wanted to leave. So the question would be that, number one, you can leave if you are viable. We're going to get into all the details later. But if you're not able to stand on your own because you can't have parliament, how are you going to pay your parliamentarians? How are you going to take care of your secretariat? What are you going to do to make sure that it works? If you can't do that, then choose with whom you want to be amalgamated temporarily until you come of age and you're able to stand on your own. Then you have a new state created based on the same basis. Oh, sorry, that's repetition. Created based on the same prerequisites or criteria as the big ones that were created because, of course, but it wasn't just the number. It was because it was based on the fact that they had ethno-linguistic affinity. All right. Now let's read what he said, what they wrote for NYM. Now NYM will be a bit more difficult because NYM is supposed to represent the entire nation, the youth of Nigeria. With the committee of the NYM, it was somewhat difficult going for me. Some people developed a pain in the neck whenever they heard me talk of the division of the country into states or regions along ethnic or linguistic lines. People are still, I need to send a message to our people still have a pain in their neck whenever they hear us talk about the same thing. That's the problem. Because of the pain in their neck, we will not do the right thing. But how many years later, we are still crying about the same thing? Anybody can quickly calculate. 45 to 2005 will be 60. So this is 80 years. 80. We are still going by what some people don't like. Instead of asking what will work for all. Not just for Yoruba people, by the way, for all. I'll take that again. Bo. Thank you, guys. TikTok, please, let's start up for the 8.2K. Let's try and get it to 100. Please. YouTube, thank you for being here. Please like the live. Please like the live on YouTube and also share. On Twitter as well. Thank you very much. All right, where were we? Somebody says the Igbos will never agree to this. Unsustainability is their property. Let me tell you something. I want to just quickly respond to what the person said. I get your point. I think I mentioned this last week. I was reading a book. No, I was watching a documentary. Then I made a note in my journal. And I wrote there that, I think I read it here last week. I said, the Igbos, no, so I won't go and read, I won't go and say something. People will go and say I'm a bad person. Let me read exactly what I wrote. Kimalo, Oloma Jashar also. Mombo. I want to respond to what the gentleman wrote in the comment section. And I think that's probably one of the major problems we're having, you know, from our folks there. Okay, good. I wrote here, Igbo land may lack land. So, Igbo land has land hunger, right? So I was watching this documentary on Singapore, and one of the things they kept talking about was the fact that land no day like that. They have to even reclaim some land from the ocean. So I said Igbo land may not have as much land, but so does Singapore. And Igbo land doesn't, and although Igbo land doesn't have sea like Singapore, Singapore also doesn't have gas like Igbo land. The truth of the matter is this. I think this idea of Ojukokoro is what is actually preventing people from seeing what they possess. There are things Igbo land does not have, but there are things that it has. So I get the point where you are saying that they'll never agree to it because they're going to be able to gain, they'll be losing something from the, which was the reason for Biafra, to be clear. If these people, the people that planned this if they were being true to themselves, or they wanted freedom for their own people, they'll be fighting for Igbo land. But they didn't fight for Igbo land. They were fighting for Biafra because the resources they needed at the time was in other people's lands. But that's also because they were blind to what they had. I don't know if Israel has what Nigeria has, or if Singapore doesn't have anything apart from that sea. But with everything that people have, they're not able to see the things that they possess. Now to just be looking and say, okay, waiting that person get, I must own that person. The person must be permanently under me. That's mindset is actually, it's not the structure for some people, it's the mindset. Because that mindset, let me tell you something. If you choose in your life not to let people succeed, you will not succeed. Also, but I'm making progress. You will know, you will see that you could have gone farther, but you're not able to move as fast as you can because you have spent your entire life pushing the door against other people. So while you're supposed to be on your journey, making progress, you are concerned about stopping others from moving forward. You go. What do you love your tí o bá lówó lọ́wọ́ o ní lálàáfíà tó bá lálàáfíà àwọn ọmọ máa fẹ́ wà lá táwọn ọmọ máa fẹ́ wà lá you will have problem. Then a problem. You know, there's some problems that are natural. You just, you go through stuff. But in that person's case, he has cursed himself to be, because the people that he's shutting out, they won't be praying for him. You know that they'll be cursing him. And that kind of curse that comes from pain, legitimate claim, not all this falsified, fabricated claim. Legitimate pain. Oh my share. For the most part, what certain people have done to the Eastern minorities. And when we get to it, I'll read it. I'll read to you what they said about Western minorities, what they say Yoruba people did. I will read it. I'll read it. I don't have a problem with reading it. Then I'll read to you what other people also did. Then you understand how some people, that they will progress. It has to be a revival. A serious revival of repentance. When people say that everybody should come and apologize to them, you're supposed to be apologizing to everybody alone. But because you spent larger part of people's existence holding them down, just making sure they never there's no way they're going to pray for you. They're going to curse you. And that's what you see in some of the regions. Anyway, we're going to get to that later. Let's continue. With the committee of the NYM, it was somewhat difficult for me, or it was somewhat difficult going for me. Some people developed a pain in the neck whenever they heard me talk of the division of the country into states or regions along ethnic or linguistic lines as the ultimate aim for the Federation of Nigeria. After a good deal of verbal dwelling and mental chafing, the representative council of the NYM, on the recommendation of my committee, gave an answer to the two questions quoted above. The NYM's answer, as will be seen presently, was rather elastic. It was the result of a compromise between those who belong to my federalist school of thought on the one hand, and those who belong to and had to be drawn away from the unitary school on the other. The relevant passage is as follows. This is what the NYM said. It is a matter of general agreement that a lasting unity of the peoples of this vast country can only be achieved through federation and not fusion. Consequently, it is absolutely necessary to lay the foundation for federation now by dividing the country into the regions that will form the units of the proposed federal constitution. This undoubtedly is the reason why regionalization has been about the only acceptable feature of the Richard's Constitution. Nigeria is a country of various tribes, some of which have lived together in harmony for many years before the advent of the British. Some were unknown to one another in the past. Anybody can give me examples of ethnicities that lived in harmony with Yoruba people for many years before the advent of the British? We're in class. Anybody? We will see it, don't worry. Anybody can give us examples of ethnicities that were in relationship with Yoruba people before advent of the British? Hausa, yes. Nupe, yes. Egun, some say they are Yoruba, some say they are not, but yeah. Nupe, Hausa, Bariba, Bini, Edo. All right. Anyone can give us an example of some were unknown to one another in the past and were only brought together for the first time by British administration? Any example of a group that Yoruba people did not know them before the British arrived? Any example or examples? Igbo. Okay. Josh Otusoya from Uganda. Good afternoon. Good to see you. For the 18th time, Igbos, and by the way, like I always say, the pronunciation, the correct pronunciation of Igbo is Igbo, is I-B-W-O, Igbo. But the right spelling is I-B-O. Why? Because they are using that I-D-B-O to claim Yoruba lands. Therefore, we call them Igbo. Yes, Efik, yes. Igbos have nothing to do with Ife. We're never, ever. We don't know each other. We don't. Seriously, We did not. We didn't. I should say we didn't, right? We didn't. And we're only brought together for the first time by British administration. Some share similar customs, traditions, and culture, and are traceable to the same ethnic origin, like Yoruba people, while others differ from each other as the Aborigines of Australia from the Zulu of South Africa. Wallahi, this is true. The difference between Yoruba and some ethnic groups, sincerely, I mean, no shades, is like the difference between Yoruba and Zulu of South Africa. We are different nations, so different nations. Castrox, this is the reason I said don't spell Igbo as IGBO. They are Igbo who are native to Ife. Let me repeat it, although that's not today's topic, I'll say it again. They are Igbos in Ife, but they are not the Igbos of the southeast. The Igbos of Ife are not Igbo. Igbo is not Igbo. We have Igbo. They have Igbo. Even in traditional Igbo pronunciation, it is never IGBO. The GB is not heavy. It's BW. And I have materials to even prove to this. For instance, read the book by G.T. Basden. And I took Igbo classes in secondary school. I said it's a flex because I had A1 in that subject. It was quite nice, although I don't remember much. The truth is, wait, Moses Adewumi, just hold on. You guys, please just calm down. Not Igbo as in bush, Igbo as a people. In Ife, so Yoruba has different dialects. What the central Yoruba people or eastern Yoruba people start with use U for. The northern Yoruba people use E. I have to quickly switch this audio source. This is going to be interesting, and I promise I'm going to spend time on it. Give me a second. Let me switch. See, when people say things like it is Ubo, I don't like that thing, and I'll tell you why. You are literally losing your identity in order to explain something to someone else. It is Igbo and it is Ubo. It's not that it's not Igbo, it's Ubo. No, they are Igbo and they are Ubo. When I was growing up, my aunt was the first person who told me about the Igbo. And she was not talking about Igbo people of the southeast. She did not call them Ubo. And we are from Ife. 1 second. Hello? Okay, I think we're good now. You see, when you say things like they are Ubo, they are not Igbo, I get what you're trying to do, but even that thing is wrong. You see, Yoruba is one language, but it has several dialects, right? Ife, we call it Ounfe. Nife, taba fe pe àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan láti jọ, even this doni gan, u la máa ń lò fún àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan. Ife is central Yoruba land, Ife, Ilesha. You go towards the east, you're going to Ekiti. What we call U in central Yoruba or eastern Yoruba is called I in northern Yoruba. So, for instance, Ife in our own dialects is actually Ufe. As a people, we are Ufe. Ule Ufe. That's why you hear Ijesha people call themselves Ujesha. You cannot say, oh, they are Ujesha. They are not Ijesha. They are both. The difference is the person saying it. Up north, and by north I mean Oyo. Oyo dialect is, we say I. Oyo ma pe ni Ife. Akpe Lesha ni Lesha. Ushu, akpe ni Ishu. It's not that it is Ushu, but it is not Ishu. It is both Ushu and Ishu. Just as it is both Ugbo and Igbo, but not Igbo. The Ugbo people of Ife are the ones, some of them are saying Ife today, they are called Oluyare. Oluyare. There's a deep history on that matter. It goes all the way back to the Duas era. The ones who migrated from Ife are the ones that are now Ilaje people in Ondo State today. They are Ugbo, but they're also Igbo. When my aunt, you know, as a child, because there's no way you're going to tell the story of Moremi without mentioning Igbo. It's not possible. And even today, you still see Moremi's statue in Ugboland, and you see her in Ife. Of course, she's a heroine, regardless of what they think. But the point is, of course, I understand where they're coming from. The point is that you cannot tell that story of Moremi without mentioning Igbo. And that goes, it's a long journey, a long story. We have another session to discuss what happened. And even goes back to, it actually goes back to before Oduduwa. What happened during Oduduwa's time? What happened after during the reigns of subsequent kings up until the time of Moremi? When our elders tell us that story in Ife or Ufe, they will tell you that àwọn Igbo wa máa ń wá kọ́ àwọn Ife. My aunt did not say àwọn Ugbo wa ń kọ́ àwọn Ufe. We know that Ufe, Ife, Ugbo, Igbo, Ulesha, Ilesha, Ushu, Ishu, the Ule, Ile is the same thing. It has no connection with folks from the south. Whatever is happening to them right now is a people who have no history. And again, guys, no apologies on this particular matter. No apologies. You know, normally I would say I don't really mean this one. I mean it, and I mean it because they're talking about Ife. And yes, is my hometown, but beyond that, is the source of Yoruba people, is our origin. To claim that is to displace Yoruba people. And for the people who are from America and from Europe and from Japan, I have all the videos where they claim all these countries. From Israel, and now it's from Yoruba, now it's from Ife. What you notice is the people who have no history. There is, you know what? It's not a topic. Somebody has a question. We're going to answer that question. Let me play you something from a professor, an Igbo professor. Do you know more than Oni, your king? Are you dumb? One second. I'm going to play you a video from a professor, an Igbo professor. Do you know how many books on Igbo issue I had to go and look? No, I won't say it today because it's not cool. That's why, guys, I know they talk your history because we know waiting be, but we'll just find a way to share and not go direct because I mean, what are friends for? But please be guided in that comment section. I beg. No, one second. I want to play you an audio. This is from an Igbo professor, and it was asked a simple, straightforward question. Where did the Igbos come from? Take a listen to this and we'll continue from here. Sorry, I want to make sure that our folks on Twitter can hear. That's in King and Navy. If you can't hear, yo, what do here? Oh, okay. My play again, Mombo. I'm going to play it all over again, okay? Sorry about that. Ẹkáàbọ, I'll play it again. Take a listen.
We are your own word and in one statement, where do the Igbos come from? I know there are many ideas.
Yes.
Where would you say they come from?
I don't know where they come from.
Okay, you don't know where they come from.
But there are many speculations, many fairy tales. If you fancy any of them, I'll start reading them out to you. But I think we are trying to be scientific, realistic, rather than romantic and...
Okay, thank you very much, OON. You can get me.
You are talking about few stuff, and let's just be very careful. Can you hear me now? Sorry, YouTube and TikTok. Can you hear me now? Sorry, YouTube and TikTok. Can you hear me now? That's the Ikenga Newi. They asked him, where are the Igbos from? He said, I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, let me tell you something. That's actually an honorable man. Ombo. That man is honorable. And he said there are many fairy tales. And he said you could be giving them, you could be telling them the many fairy tales and they can choose which one. But we're trying to be scientific. And he said he does. I prefer him. He's an elderly man. He's the king of Newi. He's not a young person. But he doesn't know. And it is okay. And it's a lot better to say you don't know than to just be constituting nuisance all over the world. You are one day you're from America, you're from Israel, Egypt, Europe. Now it's Ife. Where the Yorubas come from, as you check, that's not meant for you. It's meant for freeborns. This thing where they'll tell you that where they're asking you where you come from, they're asking me where do Yoruba people come from. What makes you think that we are even in any way connected in terms of our history? If not for Nigeria, when you hear the word Yoruba, the next thing you are going to hear, let me say, if they are counting from 1 to 100 and they mention Yoruba number 1, they will not mention you until maybe number 175, and they're only going to 100 though, or 1074, and the number is 1 to 100. Oh, they see the next 10 batches. You don't have a history. Listen, you have a history, but it's not pretty. It's not pretty. Everybody is running away from that history. That history right now, I don't have to get up from this place to pick the books and read exactly how you guys were constituted. The reason I don't say is because I never talk that once. They say I hate people. That's why I know they talk. But the idea that you can be going everywhere and be telling people that you own the land is stupid. I don't care if the eldest person in your village is one saying it. If the person is stupid. I get very triggered about this Ife land Igbo thing. The Igbos of Ife are not Igbos. I'll say for the opt-in time, the Igbos of Ife, they are Igbos of Ife. They are not Igbos. That is why, if you also notice, I've been doing this for a while now. If you notice, I do it where I spell folks from the East as IBO. It's not because I'm being petty. It's not because, now people do this, or I'll call them Igbo to insult them. That's not what I do. That's not what I'm doing. That's not why I spell it the way I spell it. I spell it that way to make it very clear that up until the 1970s, nobody spelled Igbo in public as IGBO. I have books that were published in 1985. It was still IBO. The change never reached 40 years. If you now want to be IGBO, it's okay. Maybe some people pronounce and spell it like that. It's fine. But once you are using your spelling, it's not about phonology, it's not even about pronunciation, not about meaning, but about spelling. You're using spelling to take people's land. Oh boy, I go respell your name. Because originally, you are not close. You are made by God, also in his own image. You are a great people. You are wonderful. But we are not connected. And when the Oni said that there were Igbos in Ife, he was right. What was wrong is the assumption that he was talking about the Igbos of the southeast. They are Igbo in Ife. The Igbo, also the Ugbo of Ife. And now they're in Ondo State, Ilaje. It's the same people. Ugbo, Igbo, is the same thing. And Yoruba people are using this platform to also repeat this thing again and again. Don't fall into the trap of saying it is Ugbo, not Igbo. It is both, but not Igbo. I know I've said it before, I'm going to say it again so it will stick. If you go to Ekiti and you hear them say Ushu, would you tell them that it is not Ishu, it's only Ushu? Would you say, no, you can't call it, don't call it Ile, it's just Ule? You won't say, you're not going to say that now. Igbo in Ife, whether they assumed it, or they don't assume it, or they want to assume it, or somebody said the wrong thing, this is what history shows clearly. There are people in Ife known as Igbo or Ugbo. That name or the two names belong to the exact same people. It's the same identity. Some of them remained in Ife and they still live in Ife. Others have gone back. Others have migrated to what we now, just like many groups. Let me tell you something. A lot of Yoruba groups migrated from Ife. The Remo have their own quarters in Ife called the Remo. The Ugbo people also have their own quarters. They call them Oluyare in Ife. Some people moved from Ife to Ibadan. Some people moved from Ife. The Obanta that went to Ijebu. People moved into different parts. Ogufuminere that the progenitor of the Awori people left from Ife. It's from my family house. People left from different parts of Ife. Some of the people are still in Ife today. The ones who left have started their own different places all across Yoruba land. Right, so you hear things like, oh, they see our family house or that family compound in Ife. It's true. Let me even tell you one story before we continue. And I think I've shared it here before. Something happened years ago. Amongst folks, Awori people. They were trying to solve it. So they traveled to Ife and they went to meet the Oni. Then it was Oba Okwande Shijade. Obakwande then called my cousin, who is Olori Ebi. I'm just using Oyibo to say cousin. Baba. They called him, and then he was the one who had to go to our land to help them solve that stuff. The report of that event was then given to my dad, and then my dad gave it to me, which I still have, thank God. And in that document, they trace their history all the way back to Ogufuminere, and that's the basis for coming to Ife to ask, like, we have this issue, you've got to solve it. They had to trace it all the way back home. Many Yoruba groups can do that. The Igbos cannot do that because they are not connected. And I know this is not today's topic, but see, if you bring this topic in the middle of, if I'm talking about heaven and hell, and you bring it up, I will stop and talk about it. They are Ugbos in Ife. The Ugbos are also the Igbos of Ife, but neither of those things have anything to do with the Igbos of the Southeast. And no matter who has said it, that it refers to the Igbos of the Southeast. No, the Igbo are the Ugbo, but they are not the Igbo. And that is why we now spell their name as IBO, because that's the original spelling that was popular. Even their own organizations in the 30s and 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s had the name IBO. So for the sake of peace, every time you see me spell IBO, it's not it. It's not because I have a problem with anybody. It's because it is the spelling of the group that will give us peace. Whenever a group, maybe some they drink, wake up more and say, Igbora, Igbomino, Ijebu Igbo, everything is connected to them. That's when you know that something is wrong with some people's identity. And what is wrong with it, sincerely, is the origin of their identity and the way they were put together. It's a very terrible way of being put together. And I'll tell you this, if you are ashamed of your real history, you're going to spend the rest of your life living like a vagabond because you are running away from waiting till they chase you. You're a fugitive of yourself. this is who you were. There are groups in Nigeria that have similar history. You can't insult them with it. That's their past. But once, instead of you to own up to your real history, you are always talking about other people's land. A day will come, not today, but that day is going to come where I know I will be mild, but I will tell that I will explain the history, that the origin. I'll explain it. That thing that the chief said he doesn't know, I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he knows, but he would rather not say it. He's a professor, he's a doctor, so he probably, according to what people say, they say he's a doctor or a professor of some sort. So if he is, then he probably knows. Let me tell you something. I'm still looking for more, but every book, and I have a number of them. I have more than 10. And I don't think it's even fair. It's not fair. It's not fair to the younger people to say things like, we don't know where they came from. Let me say it this way. I won't say the real thing today. The day I say it, you guys will say I'm supposed to say it, but today, excuse me, not today. Most ancient groups would either tell you, two things they will tell you, ancient groups, they will tell you of their migration pattern or their migration path, or they will tell you that they are autochthonous to that place. In other words, I'm going somewhere. They are from, you hear people say things, you'll be like, what audacity? Like if for instance, the idea is like, it's as though we were, it's not like as though in our myth, we were made from the soil of that place. Not only us, even when white men visited Ife elders told those white men that their ancestors were made in Ife and that they could show them their quarters in Ife. Even though it's based on myth, there's a kind of identity that you get from that understanding that you are autochthonous, you are from there. If you are not from there, then most likely you're going to have a thing about how you got there. So you have people say, for instance, you will not hear Awori people tell you that they just got into Lagos or got into Ota, all those Awori land, or Adoto, and so on and so forth. They will tell you how they migrated there from Ife. Any group that cannot tell you about how they migrated or how they are autochthonous is a group that got there because people placed them there. And the circumstances surrounding their location or their relocation into that space or their... Jesus. I don't want... The circumstances surrounding their being there is what they are actually ashamed of. There are two major ways that ancient people will tell you of origins as far as their connection with the land is concerned. Number one is that they migrated there, and they will say with pride. I worry they don't have to tell you that one lale wo ni leko ni wọ́n máa sọ fún ẹ pé báyìí làwọn ṣe rìn. Báyìí ni Ògúnfúnmi ṣe kúrò ńfẹ̀ wọ́n dífá Àwórì. They will tell you the migration path. They will even tell you how they journeyed until they got to that place. There's no shame in it. Or you hear the one about ibi gangan náà ti dá wa. And tí o bá lè sọ kankan nu méjèèjì kò lè sọ pé ibi náà ti dá mi. You can't say I'm autochthonous to this place. You can't say this is how I got here. That person was put there by others. And the circumstances surrounding how they got there is what they are ashamed of. Ask them how they got there. We know how they got there, by the way, but not today. I know what? If you resolve whatever issues you have with your history, how you got there would mean nothing. And I'll give an example. For about 400 years, the Ottoman Empire did something to a particular group of people to the point where their name became synonymous with slavery. Today you call them Slavs. They have always been Slavs. But they don't try to change those things. I mean, the Slavs were so sold for 400, I think consistently, the Ottoman Empire was selling them to the point where if you wanted to talk about the concept of being in bondage, losing your freedom and becoming the property of another person, you had to use that ethnicity to explain it. So to be Slav became synonymous with being the property of another. I know you are smart, so you can understand what I'm saying. To be Slav means to be the property of another. That's not the original meaning, no, but that's what it became. And so today, by the way, this one you can Google. Look for the etymology of the word slave. Spoiler alert, is Slav. They were so synonymous with slavery that the English created a new word based on the ethnicity, Slav, slave. Do you see them fighting that history? Do you see them fighting that history? They don't. Sure, you go Yugoslavia, go tell them now, say, you are Slavs, you were in the Ottoman Empire. They'll be like, and so what? They resolved that era of their history. It's like coming to a Yoruba person and telling me that, you guys, you're always fighting out, you fought among yourselves. I see some clowns, very clown. I don't like saying some things, but you get the point. They're clowns. No, so they say Yoruba people, they fought for 16 years. We resolved that. So you know if you use insult me. We already resolved it. My advice, resolve your past. Come to terms with your past, resolve your history, and then you can talk about how you got wherever you got with boldness and not feel, bad about it. But I'm sure everybody knows exactly what I'm saying. But if you don't know, just hold on to that day when I go talk that story. But not be today. Let's go back to the book. I hope I answered that question and I've not confused you, but I've convinced you that what rice and beans are good. All right, let's get back into this. Some share similar. Okay, so it says Nigeria is a country of various tribes, some of which have lived together in harmony for many years. I'm reading the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Nigeria is a country. You know what? Could make sense. I have to go back a bit. This is something from the Nigerian youth movement. It is a matter of general agreement that the lasting unity of the peoples of the vast country can only be achieved through federation and not fusion. Consequently, it is absolutely necessary to lay the foundation for federation now by dividing the country into the regions that will form the units of the proposed federal constitution. This undoubtedly is the reason why regionalization has been about the only acceptable feature of the Richard's Constitution. Nigeria is a country of various tribes, some of which have lived together in harmony for many years before the advent of the British. Some were unknown to one another in the past and were only brought together for the first time by British administration. Some share similar customs, traditions, and culture and are traceable to the same ethnic origin, while others differ from each other as the Aborigines of Australia from the Zulu of South Africa. In dividing Nigeria into regions, it is therefore necessary to group together only people who through affinity or general experience are known to be capable of working together harmoniously. The guiding principles in the division of the country into regions must therefore be ethnic classification, cultural affinity, common problems, and perhaps administrative convenience. In the present regional division of Nigeria, it is evident that regard has been had to some, but clearly not to all of the principles of regionalization already given. The Nigerian youth movement believes that a proper and acceptable division can only be made after the fullest consideration has been given to all these principles. What is the difference between... Sorry, guys. What is the difference between Egbe Moduduwa stance and NYM stance? And Egbe Moduduwa was emphatic by saying, listen, what we really need is ethno-linguistic state. let's have states based on ethnicity and language. NYM, may not be like say that kind of thing. Came up with something more than just ethnicity and linguistic, and they said the fact that they are people. Sorry, you have to only group together. Sorry, I'm going to take that again. You group together only people who, through affinity or general experience, are known to be capable of working together harmoniously. If that's what they wanted to do, if they really want to go by this, it should have been Hausa, which means that your Igbo did not even listen to them. Because from the 30s and 40s, you already saw the problem that the Yorubas had with the Igbos, not in Igbo land, in Yoruba land. So it became very evident that they couldn't work together. Not because anybody is bad, though. Thank you for the gift. Not because anybody is bad, but just because we're just not cultural differences. Cultural differences. A region that has organogram, a structured hierarchy, cannot run their society as another one where everybody is king. It doesn't mean one is good or bad. Actually, one is good, I won't lie. One is actually good. I just won't tell you which. But having different cultures, different structural realities in your societies definitely tells us that you can't have the same political structure, which is a problem. So he says here, group together only people who through affinity or general experience are known to be capable of working together harmoniously. The guiding principles in the division of the country into regions must therefore be ethnic classification based on what Yoruba people actually wanted, cultural affinity, similar, common problems. That's what I don't like. And I'll say something. This thing is from 1947, and I think this is one of the problems of Nigeria. If a person wants to get you to be their friend, you know what the first thing they're going to tell you in Nigeria, especially in the South, you know what they'll tell you? See what the outside is doing, see what the Fulani people are doing to you. They're also doing it to me. Therefore, let's work together. That's what you hear. In other words, it's coalition formed based on pity party and sub-stories and similar problems. In other words, it's not about the problem. The person who is using, again, guys, the person who is always shouting about Fulani, 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 Fulani. I'm not saying Fulani is not your problem. I'm saying that the person shouting Fulani is not really concerned about this whole Fulani thing. He just needs something to be able to gain a stance or to essentially enter you. If you're not Nigerian, enter you just means that you're able to get a piece of the pie. So the person would not allow you in without you using that as bait. So you're going to use that as bait, like, see what they do for you, see what they do for me. So if we agree together, we have this enemy. So you know what they say? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's how some people play politics in Nigeria, and it's a very dangerous thing because you think that the enemy of your enemy is your friend, but the enemy of your enemy could also be your own enemy. So it's coming to you to say, we have a common enemy, let's work together. Please, if you're on TikTok, we've got to part up. This thing is showing inactivity. We have to pause for a bit. Sincerely, it's showing, it might go off. If I keep talking, please, I know you are busy, you are working, your hands are busy and all, but please power it up. And please, folks on YouTube and Twitter, TikTok, please just give us like 30 seconds. Let's use 30 seconds to power it up, and then we can, there's a lot of stuff to gain, from this book, but we really need to get the live going, please. I'll be back in a jiffy. Thank you very much for staying tuned. And I think we're going to just resume now. So thank you very much also for liking the live. We went from 67 to 76K, you know, in less than a minute. So that's really good. Thank you very much. But please don't stop. We can't afford it. So please don't stop. Don't stop. Thank you very much. Àdúrà mi ti gbà. Ó tọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta báwo ni? Good to see you. All right, let's get back into this. In the present regional division of Nigeria, it is evident that regard has been had to some, but clearly not to all of the principles of regionalization already given. The Nigerian youth movement believes that a proper and acceptable division can only be made after the fullest consideration has been given to all these principles. You're watching from a screen. Nice. Aki Shafi, Ekpeleo, good to see you. Let's go on. The answers of the three regional conferences to Sir Hugh Foot's first two questions are of interest because they represented more or less accurately the stand which their protagonists take even today on the structure of Nigeria's constitution. One was today. Today in this book is 1960. Today for us is 2025. And the problems we had in 1947, which people were still saying in 60, is the problem we still have in 2025, and people are still repeating today. So my question is this. Do we want to spend the next generation arguing, or do we want to actually make progress? Do you want to make progress, or this stand D? Oh my God. You know what the stand is? Thank you. Where were we? All right. So I'm going to spend the next... There's something not quite right. All right. So we're going to 20, 30, 50, 100 years. On this thing, or are we going to look at what actually works and then plug in? That's the question I want us to think about as we continue with this conversation. So let's go on. The Northern Regional Conference recommended that there should be a federal system of government in Nigeria. Please, is anybody here on YouTube? Sorry, guys. Anyone here on YouTube? Are you able to? Okay, we're good. I think we're good. It might be no. We're trying to make sure that it becomes easy for us to access these things after the live sessions. And then we to do that is to ensure that when we are here, that we can actually see what we're doing. 16 Hills, I see your comment on YouTube. Is the stream good? Like, is it okay? Or are you having any challenges? Guys on TikTok and Twitter, please just a moment. Okay, Adekunle wrote to me. Actually, is it good? Sure, you're able to watch well. At least you don't have any lag or anything. It's good, right? Okay, I think it's good. It's good. All right. Thank you very much, and thank you guys on TikTok and Twitter for also understanding. Thank you. So I hear it's good. Thank you very much. All right, let's continue. So it says here, excuse me. The Northern Regional Conference recommended that there should be a federal system of government in Nigeria, and that in addition to a central legislature, there should be regional legislatures with powers to legislate on a number of specified subjects. I'll explain. Excuse me. All right. The Northern Regional Conference recommended that there should be a federal system of government in Nigeria, and that in addition to a central legislature, there should be regional legislatures with powers to legislate on a number of specified subjects, and also on such other matters as may, by legislation enacted by the central legislature, be vested in the regional legislatures. We will explain all this, Oyinbo. The Eastern Regional Conference also recommended that there should be a federal system with a central legislature and regional legislatures. But it also recommended that the regional legislatures should exercise only such powers in any matter as the central legislature may delegate to them. I'll explain. The Western Regional Conference, of which I was a member, recommended that there should be a federal government consisting of states formed on an ethnic or linguistic basis, but that for the time being, there should be only 3 states, namely Western, Eastern, and Northern. It further recommended that there should be a federal parliament and state parliament, and that the state parliament should be competent to legislate on all residual matters, not specifically included within the legislative powers of the federal parliament. I want to ask a question. If you read this is from 47. By the way, this is the best from the East. But I mean, because it gets worse with the unitary system and all that, which Zik also subscribed to at a point. But if you read these 3 things, you would then understand why only one group pushed unitary system in Nigeria and why it went the way it did. What did the North want? The North wanted to have a situation where there, of course, federal system of government. There will be a central legislature at the capital. Then there will be regional legislatures as well. And then they also want that the people in the regions, or the parliament in the regions, will be able to legislate on matters apart from what the central legislature is concerned with. The West went a bit deeper. We're going to come to what the West talks about later. The East gives you the idea that they are doing federal system, but it's not true federal system. Why did I say that? They said they wanted federal system of government, and yes, they wanted parliament at the center and also parliament in the regions. But the guys in the regions should only be able to legislate on what the central allows them to legislate on, which means that everything still comes from the center, even though you have parliaments at the regional levels. What did the West say they wanted? The West said, listen, or what did they say they want? What did the West say they want? Or what? I was right. What did the West say they wanted? I was right. English can be very, very interesting. Anyway, this is what the West wanted. They wanted federal system just like the North and the East. They wanted parliament just like the North, not like the East. The regions should be able to decide what they want, not based on what the center tells them to do, but based on the fact that they have autonomy. So even from the days of one federal system from the Eastern region, you still find that thing of unitary system in there. And then much later, the now Kuku went for unity. Let's continue. The All Nigeria Conference, styled the General Conference for the Review of the Richard's Constitution, met in Ibadan from 9 January 1950 to about the end of the month. I was not a member of the General Conference. When I was elected as one of the representatives of the Western region to the General Conference, I declined for reasons which I will give in the next chapter. Dr. Azikiwe did not participate in the review at any level. He was elected as one of the representatives of the Eastern region to the General Conference, but he was absent throughout its proceedings. The General Conference did not merely resolve that it agreed to a federal system. It merely recommended to the Secretary of State for the Colonies, through the governor, that there should be 3 regions, the Northern, Eastern, and Western regions, with the independent municipality of Lagos. Excuse me. The recommendations was varied by the Secretary of State for the Colonies on the advice of the Legislative Council of Nigeria by merging Lagos with the Western region. When was this? 1950. I'll take that part again for emphasis. The General Conference did not expressly resolve that it agreed to a federal system. Something is wrong with YouTube. Something is wrong with YouTube. Guys, I'm going to have to restart. Let me restart YouTube, please. I know people are saying that they're seeing it, but something is wrong.